My tired potatoes, welcome back to the best sleep aid around. Pull the blanket in a little closer and let the noise of the day fall somewhere behind you. Tonight, with soft rain moving in the background, we're stepping into the life of a blacksmith in ancient Japan, where heat, iron, patience and repetition shaped every working hour. This is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, made to feel steady, grounded and easy to drift through. We'll follow the quiet rhythm of the forge, the tools, the craft and the hands that turned raw metal into something useful, beautiful and lasting. I just want to give a huge shout out to our growing sleep community, and a special someone named Talia. Thank you guys for always showing up. If these slow stories from the past help you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is tonight. Now dim the lights, get comfortable, let your breathing slow, and allow the rain to carry us gently into the story together slowly. The darkness before dawn in a Japanese farming village is not the absolute dark of a sealed room or the bottom of a well. It is a darkness with texture. The shapes of trees and rooftops separate themselves from the surrounding night by weight rather than by any real light, pressing themselves into the sky as slightly denser versions of the dark around them. You know this darkness well. You have been living inside it, morning after morning, for so long now that it has become something close to an old companion. You are already awake. This no longer surprises you. Your body simply learned, at some point in the years behind you, that the forge has its own schedule, and that schedule does not account for personal preference. You sit upright on your sleeping mat with your hands resting on your knees, and you listen. Outside, the village is still. There are no cartwheels, no voices, no sounds of water being carried, or fires being laid in neighbouring kitchens. The only movement in the world, as far as you can tell from this low room with its paper screens and its smell of old cedar, is the very slight stirring of cool air through the gaps around the doorframe. You sit with this for a moment before reaching for your clothes. They are folded and placed in a specific spot beside your mat, as they are every night, because there is genuinely no good reason to spend time locating your trousers in the dark. You have thought this through with the same logic you apply to tool storage, and the conclusion was the same in both cases. A thing placed with intention stays useful. A thing left where it happened to land becomes a small problem you do not have time for. The working clothes go on in their established order. The inner layer first, soft and close, then the thick cotton outer jacket that you have patched twice at the left elbow, using a slightly different shade of fabric each time, which gives the repair a layered quality that you're not displeased with. The trousers are heavy and worn in a map of your movements, darkened at the knees where you crouch at the hearth, lightened at the thighs where the scale and ash have their preferred landing places. They are not clothes for looking at. They are clothes for working in, and they know the difference. You fill a small clay cup from the earthenware jug beside the door and drink it standing. The water is cold enough to be useful. You set the cup down, pick up your sandals from their position near the threshold and step outside. The air is a different thing entirely from what is inside. It carries the smell of wet rice straw from the paddies to the south, the faint resin of pine from the hillside behind the village, and underneath both of those the mineral suggestion of stone and running water from the narrow irrigation channel that cuts across the edge of your property. You stand in it for a moment and breathe. Above the ridge of mountains to the east, the sky is beginning its slow argument with the night. There is no dramatic announcement, no sudden blush of colour. It is more a gradual shift in the quality of darkness, a bruised charcoal dissolving into something cooler and thinner at the horizon, with the very first suggestion of warmth, pressing up from behind the mountain line. A painter would call it understated. You call it morning. The forge stands perhaps 30 paces from where you sleep. It is a low, wide building with walls of clay-coated timber framing, stained darker near the base where the damp of decades has worked upward, and lighter near the roof line where the thatching overhangs. The roof is deep and heavy, layered thatch that has absorbed so many years of smoke that its original colour has become a kind of theoretical question rather than an observable fact. The ground around the building is hard-packed earth, swept smooth by long habit and daily use, with the worn grooves of regular foot traffic running from the door to the charcoal store and from the charcoal store to the water source. You lift the latch and push the wide front door inward. The interior holds the particular smell of a forge that has been working for many years. It is not an unpleasant smell, though it takes someone new to the craft a full season to stop noticing it. Iron and old ash and the specific kind of smoke that has been exhaled by the walls themselves, absorbed over time until the timber and the clay and the packed earth floor all hold it. The morning air from outside moves in through the open door and the smell shifts slightly, the way a familiar piece of music changes when someone opens a window in the next room. The main hearth sits at the centre of the floor, a shallow rectangular depression lined with fire-hardened stone that you reset and repaired 3 summers ago. At this hour it is grey and cold, a shallow basin of pale ash with a few dark pieces of spent charcoal resting in it, like small patient facts. You crouch beside the stone lining and press your fingers along the mortar joints, reading the edges the way someone else might check the binding of a book they care about. You are looking for any sign of cracking or shifting from yesterday's heat. The mortar is holding. You begin laying the fire with the same methodical attention you have brought to this task since your earliest days as an apprentice. The kindling goes down first, thin strips of split-dry pine that you prepare yourself from the woodpile each week, arranged not in an enthusiastic pile but in a loose, considered structure that gives air somewhere to travel. Over these go the larger splits, then the first careful layer of charcoal. The charcoal you use comes from kilns managed by families in the hills above the valley. When you knock 2 good pieces together, the sound is almost metallic, a brief clean ring, the way iron sounds when 2 pieces tap at an angle. Bad charcoal thuds and produces a great deal of smoke relative to its heat. Yours rings. A single spark from the fire-starting iron catches the prepared tinder of dried moss and fine fibre that you keep ready each morning. You breathe across the small flame with the gentleness of long experience, because you learned early that enthusiasm is counterproductive in this particular situation. The flame decides to live. You give it time to reach the kindling before adding anything else. Then you step back. While the fire introduces itself to the wood, you move along the tool wall on your right. The hammers hang in order of mass, from the wide flat face of the largest driving hammer down to the narrow peen of the lightest finishing tool. The handles are shaped from seasoned white oak and worn smooth at the grip positions by your own hand over years of use. You made each handle yourself, which means you know their eccentricities the way you know the specific tendencies of familiar roads. The heaviest hammer has a handle with a grain that runs fractionally off true, giving it a slight tendency to pull at the end of a stroke that you compensated for long ago and now use deliberately on certain types of work. Whether this counts as a flaw or a feature depends on the day. The tongs come next. 8 pairs in regular rotation, each checked in sequence by opening and closing the jaws and feeling for the spring and the alignment. A tong that wanders slightly when hot metal is gripped will release that metal at the specific moment when releasing it is most inconvenient. You check them anyway, every morning, because the alternative is finding out the hard way. The bellows, the large box and valve assembly that drives air through a clay tuyere into the base of the firebed, gets a slow test pull. You move the handle through its full range, listening for the deep, even breath of good leather seals, feeling for the resistance that tells you the valves are working. Last month you replaced a section of the bellows hide that had developed a slow leak, and the repair has held with quiet competence. By the time the full inspection is complete, the fire in the hearth has established itself with some confidence. The light inside the forge has shifted from pre-dawn grey to the moving amber that a real wood fire produces, warm and unsteady, the kind of light that gives even blackened walls a quality of life. The smoke rises steadily toward the gap at the roofline, which serves as the forge's primary ventilation, and the chill in the room has pulled back from the hearth outward. Your first apprentice will arrive within the hour. You fill a small clay cup from the teapot you bring each morning, settle onto the low stool you keep beside the hearth, and spend the remaining minutes watching the fire grow. There is a quality to this specific window of time, after the preparation and before the working day begins, that you have grown protective of over the years. It is not exactly peaceful in the sense of being empty. It is full, actually, full of the sounds of the fire and the smell of warming iron and the texture of the light on the tool wall. But it belongs entirely to you, and there is nothing in the world just now that requires your response. The forge makes its own sounds in these early minutes. The small tick of heating stone as the hearth lining expands unevenly. The low, almost musical sound of the fire finding its upper registers as the charcoal reaches full temperature. The faint creak of the roof timbers contracting in the warmth that rises from the hearth and collects near the thatch. These sounds are the forge's version of waking up, its own equivalent of your hands pressing against your knees and your eyes adjusting to the morning. You've been listening to this particular combination for a very long time and could not describe it to someone who had not heard it, because it is the kind of thing that lives in the body rather than in language. The smell of the morning forge is layered in a way that changes as the fire matures. In the first minutes after lighting, the smell is mostly kindling and dry wood, the clean, honest smell of pine resin releasing in heat. As the charcoal takes over and the temperature climbs, the smell shifts to the deeper, headier note of high-temperature carbon combustion, richer and heavier than wood smoke. When the first piece of iron goes into the fire, there is a brief additional note, metallic and faintly sweet. That is the surface of the metal beginning to interact with the heat. This last smell is the one you associate most directly with the work itself, and catching it in the air outside a forge, on the street of a town, or drifting across a market still produces in you, after all these years, a small and involuntary sense of readiness. The mountains outside the door are turning gold along their ridges. You drink your tea. To understand what you work with, you need to follow the iron further back than your own forge, back to the rivers and valleys of the Chugoku Mountains, where the raw material for Japanese steel begins its long journey toward the anvil. The iron you use, most days, arrives at your workshop already shaped into bars, carried by merchants along the network of roads and river paths that connect the provinces. It looks, at that stage, like something finished, something authoritative and complete. In a practical sense, it is neither. It is the beginning of your involvement, and your involvement is the whole point. But the story behind those bars stretches back much further, to teams of workers wading through cold mountain rivers with broad shallow pans, scooping the dark sand that settles in the slow water eddies along certain stretches of stream bed. This material is called satetsu, iron sand, and it is the specific foundation on which Japanese metalworking was built across more than 1,000 years of continuous practice. The appearance of satetsu is unremarkable. It looks like dark sediment, gritty between the fingers, slightly heavier than ordinary sand in a way you would only notice by comparison. There is nothing about it that announces its nature, but place it in the right fire with the right amount of carbon and the right quality of sustained heat, and it will become something that has occupied the hands and the aspirations of craftspeople across every generation that followed. The process for turning iron sand into usable steel is called tatarabuki, and it takes place in a furnace structure called the tatara. These are not small undertakings. A tatara furnace is a clay-walled structure, roughly the size of a large table, but considerably taller, positioned over a prepared clay hearth bed. The walls are built from a mixture of local clay and rice straw, layered and dried over days of careful construction. The bellows system for a full tatara operation involves multiple workers in rotating shifts, because the physical demand of maintaining continuous air pressure for 3 days and 3 nights is well beyond what any individual can sustain. 3 days and 3 nights without interruption. You let that settle. The operation begins with alternating loads of charcoal and satetsu dropped into the top of the furnace at measured intervals. The charcoal serves as both fuel and as the source of the carbon that will determine the character of the final steel. As the process continues and the temperature climbs, the iron in the sand reduces from its oxidized state into metallic iron, absorbing varying amounts of carbon depending on where it sits within the furnace and how long it remains there. The clay walls of the tatara, subjected to extreme and sustained heat, begin to partially vitrify and glow with a light that can be seen from a distance on dark nights. A blue-white brightness that the old records sometimes describe as otherworldly. At the end of the 3-day smelt, the workers break open the base of the cooled furnace with heavy tools. What they find inside is a mass called the kira, a rough and irregular bloom of iron and steel that weighs several tons and looks nothing like the refined material it will eventually become. The surface is dark, porous and uneven. It does not announce its qualities from the outside. The knowledge of what is inside lives in the hands and eyes of the specialist who directs the sorting. The kira is broken into sections with hammers and chisels, and each section is assessed by the fracture pattern and the grain of the broken face. Different parts of the bloom have absorbed different amounts of carbon during the smelt. The sections with the right carbon content for hard, fine steel, typically found toward the centre and certain edges of the mass, are set aside carefully. These pieces are the tamahagan. The material that does not meet the tamahagan threshold still has its uses. The lower carbon sections of the kira, softer and more malleable, are worked into the wrought iron that becomes the bodies of blades, the cores of tools, the bar stock that ends up in workshops like yours. Nothing from a well-managed Tatara operation goes to waste. The men who direct the sorting are reading the whole bloom, not just the best of it, and they know what every grade of the material is suited for. This comprehensive understanding of iron's range of possibilities is one of the things that made Japanese metalwork, at every level from tamahagane blades to agricultural tools, unusually coherent in its quality. The bar stock travels from the Tatara operations through a chain of merchants and intermediaries, packed onto horses or carried by river on flat-bottom boats, wrapped against moisture that would begin the oxidation process you spend your days working against. The merchants who bring it to your region know their product well enough to warrant questions, and you have spent many a market morning asking them about the source of a particular batch, noting which suppliers produce stock that heats evenly, and which ones occasionally deliver material that behaves inconsistently under the hammer, in ways that suggest something irregular happened during the original smelting. Most batches are good, some are excellent. A few have been disappointing in ways you documented carefully in your memory, and adjusted for in your pricing. The word itself is worth sitting with. Tama means jewel or precious thing, Hagane means steel. Together they describe not the appearance of the material, which at this stage is rough and heterogeneous and would not impress a jeweller, but its potential. The jewel is inside, latent in the structure of the metal, waiting for the further work that will reveal it. Tamahagane is not uniform, and this is the point rather than the problem. Its carbon content varies across any given piece, sometimes dramatically over a short distance. This inconsistency, which would be a defect in a homogeneous industrial steel, is precisely what gives Tamahagane its working character. As the smith repeatedly heats and folds and hammers the material, the carbon redistributes, and the layers weld together, eliminating the voids and slag inclusions that remain from the smelting process. The finished steel emerges from this repeated working with a layered internal structure that shows itself in the surface of a polished and etched blade as a subtle, clouded pattern called the haida, which translates roughly as the grain of skin. Your own daily work does not often involve Tamahagane directly. The material is expensive, reserved primarily for blades of the highest quality, and the merchants who carry it do so with a degree of attentive care that suggests they are aware of exactly what they are transporting. You have handled it perhaps a handful of times over your working years, felt its particular weight, noted the way its surface holds the light differently from ordinary iron stock. It is not a mystical substance, it is a well-made one. The distinction matters to you. What you work with every day is good workable iron and steel, sourced from established suppliers, consistent enough in its properties that you know how to read it in the fire and under the hammer. But the principles that govern Tamahagane govern everything you touch. The same relationship between heat and carbon, between working and structure, between patient repeated effort and eventual quality, applies at every level of the craft. The oldest Japanese texts that mention metalworking at all do so in passing, as a given fact of the world rather than a subject requiring explanation. By the time of the Nara period, smiths were already established figures whose work shaped the tools and weapons and fittings of society at every level. The tradition attributed to a swordsmith named Amakuni from the early 800s describes the development of the curved single-edged blade that would eventually define Japanese metalwork internationally. What the stories about Amakuni actually transmit is the understanding that a blade must be built for a specific purpose, that the steel must be chosen and worked in response to what it will be asked to do. This principle did not begin or end with swords. This afternoon you're making an agricultural cutting edge and a set of hinges for a gate. The iron in your hearth right now is a piece of standard stock about 3 fingers wide and as long as your forearm. It has been sitting in the coals at the right depth for the right amount of time, and the colour it is currently showing tells you it is nearly ready. You reach for your tongs. You did not walk into your forge on the first morning and begin shaping iron. This is the fact that people who have not lived inside the craft tend to misunderstand when they imagine it from the outside. They picture the hammer and the fire and the dramatic shower of sparks, and they skip over the years of careful preparation that made all of that possible. Your apprenticeship began when you were around 12 years old. The arrangement was made between your father and your master through a conversation you were not quite invited to participate in, though you were present for the formal conclusion of it. Your master was a lean man of middle age who spoke infrequently and in short sentences, and who had a habit of looking at things for slightly longer than most people did before he said anything about them. This habit turned out to be directly connected to how he taught. The first thing he told you after your father departed was to sweep the floor. You swept the floor. You swept it the following morning, and the morning after that, and for a considerable number of mornings beyond that stretch as well. This was not, as you eventually came to understand, purely a test of humility or obedience, though it was partly both of those things. The floor of an active forge is a genuine maintenance concern. Scale flakes off heated metal under the hammer and accumulates on the earthen floor in fine sharp layers. Charcoal dust settles everywhere. Ash migrates outward from the hearth with the air movement. A floor that is not swept becomes a floor that contributes to small accidents and to the slow degradation of tools left in contact with gritty surfaces. You were learning the logic of the craft through its lowest entry point. Alongside the floor sweeping came the water carrying, the charcoal management, the basic organisation of the tool wall. Each of these tasks had a correct way of doing it that your master demonstrated once and expected you to replicate. He did not explain the reasons behind each specific requirement at the time. The reasons arrived later, through your own observation and a few instructive mistakes, which is the most efficient possible delivery mechanism. The watching was the most demanding part of the early period. Your master did not narrate his work for your benefit. He simply worked, and you stood at the appropriate distance and observed with whatever attention you could bring. You watched the tilt of his head as he assessed the temperature of a heated piece through colour and behaviour, rather than any measuring tool. You watched the specific arc of his hammer and the way his weight shifted through the balls of his feet, rather than his heels during a long sequence of blows. You watched how he read the fire, feeding it not by formula, but by the kind of judgment that had been trained over decades until it operated faster than conscious thought. You watched, and you tried to understand what you were watching, and some of it made sense immediately and some of it did not make sense for years. After several months of working in the margins of the forge, you were given the bellows to manage during active heating sessions. This step carries more responsibility than it appears from the outside. The air supply to a working fire must be matched to what the fire and the metal require in each moment. Too aggressive and the metal oxidizes at the surface, forming a thick iron scale crust that the hammer then has to drive off, wasting material and obscuring the actual surface of the work. Too gentle, and the heat rises slowly, unevenly, and the piece reaches the anvil with a temperature differential through its thickness that makes the top layer behave differently from the interior. The right airflow is a conversation. You are learning how to participate in it with your arms and your attention and your sense of rhythm. Your master would occasionally make the smallest possible adjustment to the bellows rate by placing his hand briefly over yours on the handle, increasing or decreasing the pace by a fraction, then removing it again. He never explained what he had done, he simply did it and returned to the hearth. You learned to notice the difference in the fire's response and to file the information somewhere useful. The first time a hammer was placed in your hand, there was no ceremony around it. Your master set a piece of scrap iron on the anvil, pressed the handle into your palm and told you to drive it flat. You did what someone who has never held a hammer at a forge naturally does, which is to grip it near the head for control and strike with the kind of tentative care that feels careful and looks uncertain. Your master watched for perhaps 30 seconds, then adjusted the position of your right elbow with 2 fingers, barely a touch, and walked away. That small adjustment changed the geometry of every hammer stroke you took afterward. The knowledge that flows through a craft like this one is not primarily housed in text, though records certainly existed. Established smithing families kept careful notes on proportions, timings, specific techniques for particular types of work. But the essential information, the part that determines the difference between a competent piece and a genuinely good one, lives in the body of the practitioner and moves from one body to another through direct physical transmission. It cannot be fully described in writing because it is, at its core, a set of calibrated physical habits, the exact grip, the precise angle, the moment when the pressure in the tong hand tells you that the piece is cooling faster on one side than the other. You received 11 corrections to your hammer grip before the grip stopped needing correction. You counted, because counting was how you paid attention. The years of formal apprenticeship passed with the quality of long seasonal changes, accumulative and steady, each month adding a small layer to the understanding you were building. The progression was not linear in a tidy sense. Some skills came quickly, and some resisted for a long time. Working a ring to consistent diameter took you the better part of 2 seasons to do reliably. Edge geometry on agricultural tools came more naturally. Your fire management was strong from early in the 2nd year. Your patience with slow heating thick stock was, according to your master's measured assessment, in need of development. The day he stepped back and let you complete a piece from first heat to finished form without intervening was not marked by anything he said. He observed from the back corner of the forge with his arms loosely crossed, and his expression its usual neutral assessment, and when you held up the finished piece, he looked at it for the length of time he always took to look at things, and nodded once and turned back to his own work. You placed the piece on the cooling rack and allowed yourself a very small private satisfaction. When you eventually came to run your own forge, whether through a chain of inheritance or through the establishment of a new workshop in a location that needed one, you brought with you a body of knowledge that had been continuously worked and refined across more generations than you could count. You were not the end of anything. You were the present working edge of something old and ongoing, and you felt the weight of the lineage behind you not as a burden, but as a kind of ballast that kept you level on difficult days. Some mornings, when the work is flowing and the fire is behaving, and your own current apprentice catches a correction before you offer it, you feel the full stretch of that chain at your back, running through your master and his master, and the quiet generations before them, all the way back to the river valleys and the iron sand. It is a good feeling. Your apprentice arrives just as the forge has reached the first usable working temperature. He is 14 years old and trying very hard to appear calm, with the specific and slightly transparent effort of a young person who is aware that composure is expected and has not yet stopped finding the expectation stressful. He greets you with a bow of rather formal depth for 8 in the morning, which you find privately endearing. You send him to check the charcoal supply immediately, not because you need the information with any urgency, but because a task with a clear purpose is a reasonable gift to give someone who has too much energy and nowhere to put it yet. You hear the lid of the charcoal store lift. A brief pause, footsteps returning. He reports that the supply is adequate for a full day's work with some to spare. Good, you tell him. Bring in enough for 2 full heatings and stack it beside the left side of the hearth. He does this with the particular carefulness of a person who understands that how they handle material is being observed and who would rather not be corrected. You note the way he grips the carrying bucket, with his full hand rather than his fingers, which is the right instinct for a heavy load. You also note that he sets each piece of charcoal down rather than dropping it, which suggests he has already picked up from somewhere the basic principle that loose charcoal fragments into dust and dust is wasted charcoal. You do not comment on either of these observations. Approval, when it is given constantly, loses its weight as guidance. He will know when he has done something well by the absence of correction. The first piece of work today is the plough component for a farmer on the lower terrace, who has been managing with a cracked and poorly fitting cutting edge since the autumn, which means the soil preparation for the current growing season has been slightly harder than it needed to be. The cutting edge of a wooden plough frame is the piece that actually meets the earth, and the quality of the ground contact depends directly on its geometry and hardness. A well-made cutting edge can be resharpened over several seasons before it needs replacement. A poorly made one is a small tax on every hour the farmer works behind the plough. You take the bar stock from the rack, grip it in your longest tongs, and position it in the fire at the depth and angle you have established over years of learning where this particular hearth heats most evenly. Then you stand back and tell your apprentice to work the bellows at a pace of roughly 1 full stroke every 2 heartbeats. He begins. His rhythm is fast for the first 30 seconds, then corrects itself without any instruction. You notice this and file it away beside the bucket grip and the careful charcoal placement. While the iron heats, you check the face of your anvil. The anvil is old, harder to date than almost anything else in the forge. The iron of its face has been worn by decades of hammer work until the centre holds a shallow concavity, a gentle downward curve that theory would describe as a defect, and practice has long since converted into a useful feature. Round stock laid across a perfectly flat anvil face will roll under the hammer's pressure. Round stock laid across a subtly curved one seats itself. You have considered having the face dressed flat on 3 separate occasions and decided against it each time. The anvil has made its own argument and won it. The iron in the fire is beginning to show colour. You watch the progression from the grey-black of cold metal through the first dark cherry warmth at around 300 or 400 degrees, deepening into full cherry red, then brightening steadily toward orange as the temperature climbs. The colour to temperature relationship is not a rough estimate. It is a precise reading, calibrated by practice into something that functions as reliably as any instrument, and it is specific to your hearth, your fuel, the angle of your line of sight, and the ambient light conditions of the forge at this hour of the morning. A different smith in a different forge would calibrate slightly differently. This is one of the reasons craft knowledge is personal even when it is shared. The piece reaches bright orange, approaching the yellow edge that signals full working heat. You pull it with the tongs and move to the anvil in the deliberate, unhurried way of someone who has learned that rushing the distance between the fire and the anvil is the same as cooling the work before it has been touched. The first strikes are broad and orienting, turning the piece a quarter rotation after every 2 or 3 blows to work it evenly across all faces, rather than concentrating the displacement in one direction. The hammer rises and falls with a rhythm your body knows the way it knows walking, not thought through but felt through. The kind of motor memory that is only available to people who have done a particular thing a very large number of times. The sound fills the forge and moves out through the open door into the morning air, and you are peripherally aware that it has been waking people up at this hour for as long as you have been working here, and that no one has complained about this to your face, which you choose to interpret charitably. The piece goes back into the fire after the first working sequence. It needs to recover heat, and you use the interval to study what the hammer has produced so far. The taper from the blunt back edge to the cutting edge is developing evenly. The width is deliberately generous at this stage, because the next series of working passes will draw the material slightly lengthwise. You are building in room for the shape to arrive correctly, rather than trying to force it from a tighter starting point. Your apprentice is maintaining his bellows rhythm steadily. You tell him to ease off slightly, because the fire has reached the temperature you want to hold rather than climb. He adjusts within 3 strokes. The morning proceeds in this repeating cycle of fire, hammer, fire, study, fire again. Each pass through the sequence moves the piece incrementally closer to its finished form. There is nothing sudden about it. The transformation happens gradually and entirely through the accumulation of individual deliberate actions, each one small relative to the whole and each one necessary. This is the aspect of the work that people outside the craft consistently misread when they imagine it. They expect the single dramatic blow. What actually happens is closer to the way a coastline is shaped by water, through repeated contact applied patiently in a consistent direction, the whole arriving only after the individual instances have done their quiet accumulative work. By mid-morning, the cutting-edge component has been worked to its final shape and is cooling on the stone ledge, ready for the grinding work that will set the edge properly. You hand this phase to your apprentice with specific instructions about the angle and the pressure, and you watch the set of his hands on the grinding stone with the same patient attention your master once gave to your grip on a hammer handle. He's not yet consistent in the angle, drifting slightly after each stroke and correcting, drifting and correcting. This is normal for his stage. The correction will eventually stop being conscious and become habitual, and at that point he will be competent. The path there is simply this repetition, this drift and return, this daily conversation between intention and execution. The gate fastenings for your neighbour follow the cutting edge in the afternoon sequence. Rings and hooks, functional iron in proportions calibrated to the weight and the swing of a wooden gate that has been held shut by a rope since early spring. Your neighbour is a patient person, which is fortunate, but even patient people appreciate having a properly closing gate before the wet season arrives. You work through the afternoon hours with the particular focus that settles in when the fire is cooperative and the material is responding, and the body has found its working rhythm for the day. The light through the open door moves across the floor in its slow arc, marking time without measuring it. The ring of the hammer carries out into the village and comes back from nowhere, absorbed by walls and earth and the specific acoustic dampening of a settlement built from organic materials in a mountain valley. There is a quality to the afternoon work that differs from the morning in ways that are real but difficult to articulate. By midday, the forge has reached a steady thermal equilibrium that it will hold for the remainder of the working hours. The stone of the hearth lining fully saturated with heat, the walls themselves contributing a warmth that the morning never quite provides. Your body is past the early stiffness of the first hour and into the full range of its working capability. Your apprentice has settled from the morning's careful self-consciousness into a more natural working state, responding to the rhythm of the fire rather than thinking about responding to it. The rings for the gate fastenings are made from a shorter length of round stock, worked first into an open arc by bending it around the curved horn of the anvil, then closed at the join with a welding heat. A forge weld requires the metal to reach a temperature close to its upper working limit, a white-yellow heat where the surface takes on a slightly wet, bright quality that experienced smiths call the welding range. In this narrow band of temperature, the surfaces of two pieces of iron pressed together and struck will actually fuse, their atomic structures intermixing at the interface under the pressure of the hammer. Below this range, the pieces merely deform without joining. Above it, the metal approaches its liquid state and begins to collapse under its own weight. You have made this judgment a very large number of times. You make it again now, pulling the open arc from the fire, reading the surface colour in the specific way of long practice, and placing the join across the horn with a sequence of quick, decisive blows that close and fuse the ring in one continuous motion. You turn it to check the join for any visible void or offset, find it clean, and set it on the cooling ledge. Your apprentice has been watching this operation with the concentrated attention of someone who knows they are seeing something they need to understand and have not fully understood yet. You let him watch without commentary. The weld will appear in his assigned work in about 6 months, and by then he will have watched enough of them that his hands will have already begun forming opinions about the temperature and the timing. It is a good afternoon. You're not a swordsmith, and you want to be clear about this, at least in the quiet space of your own understanding. The lineage of blade making that runs through the most prestigious workshops in the country exists in a different atmosphere from yours. Those smiths work with rare materials for powerful patrons and produce objects that are simultaneously tools, heirlooms, and philosophical statements about the relationship between craft and intention. You have deep respect for this tradition. You simply do not participate in it. What you are is the person a functioning village cannot do without. Consider on any given week what moves through your forge. A sickle for the rice harvest, brought in by a farm wife who noted the first sign of crack in the blade and brought it before it became a larger problem, which is exactly the right approach and the one you wish everyone took. A set of nails ordered by the carpenter for a new storage building, 200 of them in 2 standard sizes, which is not glamorous work but which took the better part of a day and required consistent judgment throughout to produce nails that were straight, properly headed and correct in taper. A fish trap frame for one of the fishermen who works the river north of the village, with the specific proportions he gave you drawn on a piece of cedar bark and interpreted by you into functional iron. A cooking pot hook for a household that lost theirs in an unexplained incident, involving a fire and a dispute about the cause of the fire that you were wisely not present for. All of this is the substance of your days. None of it will appear in any record of artistic achievement. All of it makes the village function. The relationship you hold with each household is woven through their material needs in a way that accumulates slowly into something resembling genuine knowledge of their lives. You know which families maintain their tools carefully, and which ones bring things to you at the last possible moment with an expression that suggests they have been meaning to come in for some time. You know whose hearth fittings are original construction from before your own time here, and are probably overdue for replacement. You know whose fishing gear lives in the kind of environment that requires more durable iron than standard stock, and you have adjusted your approach to their commissions accordingly over the years. The carpenter Tanaka brings his adzes for sharpening at regular intervals that are, without fail, slightly later than the ideal intervals. By the time they arrive, they require noticeably more work than they would have needed a week earlier. You do not mention this. He knows. The expression on his face when he hands over the tools does the commentary for him. Market days arrive on a cycle tied to the lunar calendar and fill the village with a quality of movement and noise that feels genuinely festive after the quieter rhythms of the ordinary week. Merchants come with cloth, paper, saltfish, ceramics, occasional small luxuries from city workshops. Farmers from surrounding settlements bring produce and news in roughly equal measure. The noise level climbs steadily through the morning hours and reaches a peak around midday that you experience as stimulating from inside the forge and slightly overwhelming if you step outside for too long. You keep a small selection of finished pieces near the front of your property on market days. A well-made hoe, balanced and cleanly finished. A set of kitchen knives laid out on a cloth, the most reliably admired objects you produce. Perhaps a specialty item from a slower period, something that demonstrates a capability beyond daily utility. The display is not primarily for your existing customers, who know you already. It is for visitors who might need a local smith, or who are comparing what different workshops produce. The kitchen knives draw the most sustained attention. There is something in the proportions of a good kitchen knife that communicates its quality directly to the hands of anyone who has spent years working with one. The weight distribution as you hold it by the handle, the way the blade tapers from the spine to the edge, the finish of the cutting face. Farm women and fishermen's partners pick them up with immediate familiarity, feel the balance shift across the fingers, and make a sound that sits somewhere between professional assessment and suppressed desire to own the thing. You have never found a better description for this sound. It is its own category. Your social position in the village is interesting in a way that you rarely think about directly, but would recognise if pressed. The formal social order of this era, shaped by Confucian-influenced hierarchy, places craftspeople in a respectable bracket below the farmer class, on the logic that farmers produce food, and craftspeople convert food-produced wealth into objects. In the actual daily life of the village, this theoretical positioning sits alongside the practical reality that the people who make the tools that make the farming possible are regarded with something considerably warmer than secondary status. You're not concerned with the formal hierarchy, you are busy, but you are aware that the particular nature of your work gives you a kind of knowledge of the village's inner life that does not come with most other roles. When you forge the fittings for a new household, you're present at the beginning of something. When you repair a tool that has been in a family for 2 generations, you are touching that history with your hands. When the temple asks you to make fittings for a new gate or brackets for a lantern stand, you are participating in the public face of the community's religious life. None of this is power in any formal sense. It is closer to a form of being threaded through the fabric of the place, so deeply woven into the practical requirements of daily life that your absence would leave specific gaps that could not be easily filled. You carry this not as pride exactly, but as a quiet sense of obligation that operates below the level of daily thought. It shows up as care in the work. It shows up as the extra attention you give to a tool you know will be used in difficult conditions. It shows up as the fact that, when Farmer Goto came to collect his plough edge this afternoon, he turned it over in his hands with the expression of someone doing a genuine assessment rather than a polite one. And what passed across his face when he ran his thumb along the edge was exactly what you were aiming for. He left you a parcel of dried persimmons in addition to the coin, which is not part of any formal arrangement. It is the village's way of saying something it does not have a specific word for. You put the persimmons on the shelf above the tool wall. There is a moment at the beginning of each working morning, after the tools have been checked but before the first piece of iron goes into the fire, that sits slightly apart from the routine surrounding it. You stand at the hearth. To the left of where you work, mounted on the wall at roughly shoulder height, is a small wooden shelf you built and fitted yourself some years ago. On it you place, each morning, 2 offerings. A pinch of coarse salt folded into a small piece of paper. A few grains of raw rice in a shallow ceramic dish that has held this same purpose since before you remember. You press your hands together, bow your head, and hold the position for the length of a slow breath. Then you begin. This takes less time than checking the bellows. It is not a long ceremony, but it is not something you abbreviate when you're running late, and it is not something you consider doing without when the morning is difficult or the day ahead looks complicated. If anything, the complicated mornings make it more necessary rather than less. The relationship between the forge and Shinto belief is old in the way that the oldest relationships always are, which is to say layered, not entirely tidy, and resistant to the kind of simple summary that satisfies people who were not raised inside it. Fire in the Shinto understanding of the world is not simply a chemical reaction. It is inhabited. It carries within it the presence of a kami, a divine animating spirit whose nature is not separate from the fire but expressed through it. The same is true of iron, of water, of the wind moving through the valley outside your door. The world of the Shinto practitioner is not a world of dead matter, occasionally influenced by divine beings from a separate realm. It is a world in which the sacred and the material are the same substance in different arrangements. Approaching the forge requires preparation that goes beyond the physical. This is the reasoning behind the purification practices that govern metalworking traditions across the archipelago. The restrictions around certain foods, the required state of bodily cleanliness, the protocols around who enters the forge space during significant work. These are not arbitrary rules imposed from outside the practice. They are the practical consequence of taking seriously the idea that your interior state is continuous with the quality of your work. The kami most closely associated with the forge and with metalworking craft is Kanayago, whose attributes and gender vary somewhat depending on the regional tradition telling the story, but who is consistently understood as present in the forge, particular about the conditions of the work, and directly connected to whether things go well or go badly. In some regional variations, Kanayago is understood to be sensitive to pollution in a ritual sense, and certain behaviours or states are considered incompatible with good work under her attention. In the tradition you were raised in, the emphasis falls primarily on sincerity of purpose and clarity of attention. Come to the forge in the right frame of mind, with the right intention, and without the residue of unresolved anger or distraction clouding your focus, and the work will benefit. Your own experience is consistent with this principle, with the full admission that you cannot prove whether the mechanism is divine assistance or simply the physics of what happens when a craftsperson works in a state of full attention versus divided attention. What you can say with confidence is that on the mornings when you arrive at the hearth, carrying some unfinished argument from the previous evening, or some anxiety about a commission that is not going as planned, the fire does not behave differently. The iron does not change its properties, but the work that emerges is noticeably less than the work that comes from a morning when your mind is settled and your hands are ready. The distinction between these two outcomes is real and observable, whether it is Kanayago withdrawing her assistance or a distracted craftsperson producing distracted work is, in terms of the practical effect on the finished piece, not a distinction that changes what you need to do. You need to arrive with your attention in order. The morning ritual is one of the ways you ensure that you do. The records associated with the highest tier of Japanese craft, particularly the swordsmithing traditions, describe elaborate preparatory protocols that extend this basic principle to its fullest expression. Periods of ritual purification before major work, sacred rope and paper offerings hung at the entrance to the forge space, prayer at the lighting of the fire, the understanding that a finished blade carries within it the inner state of the person who made it, not as superstition, but as the natural result of sustained focused craft. You're making agricultural tools and gate fittings, not ceremonial blades. But you find this understanding applies at every level if you are willing to take it seriously. The plough edge that farmer Goto collected today will be used in the fields for several seasons. It will meet the earth 1,000 times or more. The quality of attention you brought to its making is present in it in ways that will express themselves through its working life, in how cleanly it meets the ground, in whether it holds its edge under difficult conditions, in whether it can be sharpened evenly when the time comes. The god of fire in the oldest creation accounts, Kagutsuchi, whose birth caused such grief in the world of the kami, is understood as both the force that destroys and the force that makes new things possible. The duality is not a contradiction, but a description of what fire actually does. It consumes what was and creates the conditions for what comes next. The forge is, in this sense, a place of transformation, a point in the world where one state of matter is converted into another through the agency of heat and human skill, and in the understanding of the tradition that shaped your approach to the craft, the presence of the divine within the material itself. Your second apprentice, who works with you several days each week when the commission load demands it, asked you once what the morning offerings were actually for. He was genuinely curious rather than sceptical, which made the question worth answering carefully. You told him that the offerings were a way of beginning correctly, a way of acknowledging that you were asking the fire to do something on your behalf, and that this asking was worth a moment of formal recognition. He sat with this answer for a moment, turning it over with the same expression he uses when reading a new piece of iron for the first time. Then he nodded, and you could tell that the answer had found something in him that was already half-formed and waiting. The light inside the forge in the late afternoon is different from the morning light in a way that you have observed for years without quite reaching the end of what it means. The morning light comes in low and direct through the open door, lying across the floor in a narrow bar that gradually widens as the sun climbs. The afternoon light comes in at a longer angle, wider and more golden, lying across a greater area of the floor with less intensity and more warmth. By late afternoon it reaches almost to the base of the hearth, and the whole interior of the forge takes on a colour that makes the old soot on the walls look almost amber rather than black. The gate fastenings for your neighbour are cooling in their row on the ledge. They are not remarkable objects. A person could walk past them without a second glance, and be entirely right to do so. But you pick one up and turn it in your hands, and what you see is a ring that closes cleanly, a hook with a proportional curve your eye approves of, a surface that is even and properly finished. These are the marks of work done with attention and care, and that is precisely what they should be. You set it back down. The fire does not go out all at once. This is a plain fact about the physics of combustion and the thermal mass of a well-built forge hearth, and yet it is worth sitting with, rather than simply accepting as background information. The transition from full working heat to cold ash is a long, gradual process, a slow relinquishment of energy that takes most of the evening to complete. On most working days, you are present for a good portion of it. The last piece of finished work left the forge before the afternoon light reached its lowest angle. Farmer Goto came himself for the plough edge, arriving with the quiet purposefulness of someone who has been thinking about this errand all day and is now in the satisfying business of completing it. He assessed the piece with genuine attention, ran his thumb along the cutting edge in the careful way of someone who has spent decades judging the quality of blades against the resistance of earth and root and stone. His expression shifted through several stages of evaluation, arriving eventually at something that required no commentary. He handed you the dried persimmons in addition to the agreed payment, said a brief farewell, and walked back down the path toward the river terrace. You put the persimmons on the shelf. The closing sequence of the day has its own established logic, mirroring the opening in the way that the end of any well-considered system mirrors its beginning. The tools that were in active use during working hours come down from their positions and go back to their stored positions. The hammers get wiped clean of the scale that accumulates on the face during the working day. A thin layer of iron oxide that flakes off the heated metal during hammering and lands on every nearby surface with democratic impartiality. The tong jaws are checked once more, not because they are likely to have changed since morning, but because the habit of checking, done consistently, is what keeps small problems from becoming large ones. Your apprentice swept the floor before he left for the evening, doing it with the particular thoroughness of a person who is aware that the quality of his sweep will still be visible tomorrow morning when someone capable of assessing it arrives. This is good instinct. You said nothing about it to him directly, but the fact that he has moved from doing the floor sweep quickly and carelessly in his first weeks to doing it well, and without needing to be reminded, represents a trajectory that is heading in exactly the right direction. He left with a bow that was noticeably less formal than his morning arrival, which you interpret as a sign that the day spent working actually worked. He was still performing composure at 8 in the morning. By 5 in the afternoon, he was simply present, which is much more useful. You carry both water buckets to the well in the last of the good light. The well is on the east side of your property, close to the garden your neighbour maintains along the shared boundary line, and the walk there and back gives you a few minutes of open air and the view across the lower paddies to the tree line on the opposite side of the valley. The paddies at this time of year are a particular shade of green that exists for only a few weeks, a bright, saturated growth, green that catches whatever remains of the afternoon light and holds it like it intends to keep it. You look at it while you wait for the bucket to fill. The water goes into the barrel. You replace the wooden lid. Your evening meal is eaten outside on the low step beside the forge entrance, in what has become, over the years, one of your preferred times of day. Rice with pickled daikon and burdock root, a piece of dried fish, cold tea. Nothing elaborate. The combination of physical tiredness and clear mental quiet that characterises the end of a well-spent day makes plain food taste like exactly what it is, which is sufficient. You eat without haste, without particular thought, watching the smoke from the covered hearth rise in a thin, steady column above the roofline. The village settles into evening around you. Cooking fires in the neighbouring houses produce their own threads of smoke that rise and drift in the still air. The smell of them mixes with the cooled iron and ash of your own forge into the specific olfactory texture of this hour, in this place that has been continuous in your life for as long as you can clearly remember. Voices carry from the nearby households in the way that voices do when the general noise of the day has dropped away. Not their words, but their tones, the relaxed and unguarded quality of people who have finished their public duties and returned to themselves. Somewhere a child is being called in from somewhere they would rather remain. You finish your meal, set the bowl down on the step, and sit for a moment with your hands loosely on your knees. The quality of tiredness you carry right now is not the hollow, depleted tiredness of a day spent without purpose. It is the specific weight of a body that has done real physical work in service of real outcomes, and there is a satisfaction in this that sits quietly alongside the tiredness rather than being obscured by it. You go back into the forge for the last inspection. The hearth fire has dropped to a deep orange bed of coals, glowing without visible flame, producing heat that still radiates outward clearly enough to feel on your extended palm from 3 hand lengths away. You do not extinguish the coals entirely. The covered fire that retains its heat overnight requires far less fuel and far less time to reach working temperature the next morning than a cold hearth started from nothing, and the stone lining endures the gradual cycle of retained warmth and early morning rebuilding better than the sharp thermal shock of a cold start. You cover the coals with a layer of ash from the edge of the hearth, using the long-handled ash rake, reducing the airflow enough to slow the burning to an ember's pace without stopping it. Tomorrow morning, 3 pumps of the bellows will bring it back. You disconnect the bellows from the tuyerch and hang the assembly in its storage position. The leather holds better with air circulation overnight than with the nozzle still attached, which you learned through a cracked and prematurely aging seal some years ago, and have not repeated since. You straighten the charcoal stack your apprentice brought in this morning, pulling the irregular pieces back into their orderly arrangement, so that tomorrow's selection is quick and deliberate rather than exploratory. You check the tool wall a final time, running your eye along the hammers, the tongs, the specialist tools hanging at the far end. Everything is where it belongs. Everything is ready. You step back and look at the forge. The light from the covered coals is the only light in the building now, low and amber, moving slightly with the small shifts in the coals beneath the ash. The anvil's worn face holds the glow on its surface in the way that iron holds light, absorbing it and releasing it warmed. The hammers on their hooks are dark outlines. The swept floor, still faintly warm from the day's heat, reflects nothing. The whole space has the quality of something that has completed its purpose and settled into a patient version of itself, not abandoned, not empty, but finished for the day, and resting in that completion. You close the wide door and latch it from outside. The 30 paces back to your sleeping quarters feel different at night than they do at dawn. The path is familiar enough that your feet find it without the need for thought, leaving your attention free to go where it wants to go. The air has cooled substantially and carries the distinct nighttime version of the valley's smell. The rice paddies more pronounced, the pine from the hillside more resinous, the garden along the neighbouring boundary releasing the particular fragrance that some plants save specifically for darkness. You stop in the open ground between the forge and your door and look up. The sky above a village without artificial light is not something that translates easily into description. It is simply there, in full, the complete weight of a clear night sky with no competition, the stars present in their actual numbers rather than the reduced and faded version that lives above cities and towns. The familiar shapes, the river of light arsing from horizon to horizon, the clusters and formations your grandmother pointed out to you by name when you were too young to appreciate the gift, and old enough now to be quietly grateful for it. None of this particular sky has any interest in whether the gate fastenings were completed today. The distance between those burning points of light and the finished iron cooling on a ledge in a provincial village forge is the kind of distance that makes categories like important and unimportant feel like the small local arrangements they actually are. All of it, every moment of this day, was only here, only yours, only the iron and the fire and the apprentice correcting his bellows rhythm, and the farmer running his thumb along the edge of a piece you made with the full attention you had to give. That is the complete list of what happened today. It is a good list. Inside, the mat is waiting. The room is dark and cool and smells of cedar and old cloth, and the faint trace of forge smoke that has worked its way permanently into the fabric of everything you own and everything you are. You ease yourself down onto the mat with the unhurried deliberateness of a body that knows it has earned its rest and is not in a hurry to waste the experience. Outside, the village makes its night sounds. The tree frogs along the irrigation channel, the occasional shift of a horse in a nearby stable, the steady quiet of a community that has finished its day and released itself from the particular effort of being awake. In the forge, the coals under their blanket of ash are sleeping. The tools are hanging in their places, patient and ready. And you do the thing that all tired bodies do eventually when the work is done and the fire is covered and the dark outside is the full dark of genuine night. You close your eyes. And the day, which was an ordinary one, folds itself quietly away. Sleep well, my tired hearth keepers. You're sitting in a cave entrance on a hillside in what will someday be called County Clare, Ireland. The year doesn't matter because years haven't been invented yet, but the season does. It's deep winter, and the sun has just slipped below the western horizon around 4 in the afternoon. Your breath makes small clouds in the frigid air, and your fingers are already going numb despite the sheepskin wrapped around your shoulders. Behind you, deeper in the cave, someone has been tending the fire all day. This isn't just any fire, it's the fire, the one your family group has kept alive for 3 generations. You know this because your grandmother told you, and her grandmother told her. The fire predates everyone's memory, a living thing that demands constant attention. Let it die, and you'll spend hours trying to coax new flames from a friction drill and a piece of dried fungus, your arms aching, your patience worn thin as birch bark. The firelight doesn't reach far, perhaps 15 feet from the hearth, maybe 20 if someone's just added fresh pine logs that spit and crackle enthusiastically. Beyond that radius, the darkness isn't just an absence of light. It's a presence, something thick and alive that presses against your small circle of warmth. You can hear things moving out there in the winter night. Probably just a fox. Hopefully just a fox. Your cousin is rotating a haunch of venison over the flames, and the smell makes your stomach clench with hunger. Firelight plays across her face, making her features shift and dance in the shadows. In this light, everyone looks different, older, stranger, like versions of themselves from some other world. The flames create a theatre of shadows on the cave walls, enormous and distorted, turning simple human gestures into mythic pantomimes. Fire was humanity's first great technology, more important than the wheel and more revolutionary than agriculture. Before fire, your species huddled in darkness 12 hours out of every 24, vulnerable to everything with sharper teeth and better night vision. After the fire, you had pushed back the darkness just enough to create a space that was yours, not conquered, never that, but negotiated with. An agreement between humanity and the night. The hearth is never just about light, though light is certainly part of its magic. It's about heat, yes, and cooking, and keeping predators nervous enough to maintain their distance. But watch how everyone arranges themselves around it. Always facing inward, backs to the protected cave wall, eyes drawn to the flames. Fire is hypnotic. You could watch it for hours, and sometimes you do because there's not much else to do once darkness falls and the day's work is finished. Firelight is intimate. It only reaches so far, creating a boundary between your group and everything else. Inside this circle of illumination, you're safe, warm, and fed. Outside it, the world is full of things that would happily eat you. This is the first human experience of inside versus outside in the metaphorical sense. The division between civilization and wilderness, safety and danger, and us and them. All of it starts here, with a fire at the centre and darkness at the edges. The quality of firelight is something you'll never experience in your modern life. No matter how many candles you light during a power outage, it's not steady. It doesn't stay the same colour or intensity for more than a few seconds at a time. The flames surge and subside like breathing, casting everything in shades of orange and gold and deep red. Faces appear and disappear. Objects at the edge of the firelight seem to flicker in and out of existence. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around fires, they were performing one of the most important maintenance tasks in human history. Someone always had to watch the flames, add fuel before they died too low, and protect the coals through the night. In some cultures, letting the communal fire go out was considered such a serious failure that it carried severe social penalties. You'd let down not just your family, but your entire community, condemning everyone to cold darkness until fire could be rekindled, an arduous process that might take hours. There's an art to fire tending that you learn young. Too much wood smothers the flames, too little, and they die to embers that provide warmth but no light. Wet wood creates more smoke than illumination, sending everyone into coughing fits. Resinous pine lights quickly, but burns fast. Oak burns slowly and steadily, but takes forever to catch. Birch bark makes excellent kindling. Dry dung. Well, it's not pleasant to think about, but it burns surprisingly well when wood is scarce. The smoke from your fire rises and pools against the cave ceiling before finding its way out through cracks in the cave entrance. Your eyes water constantly. Your clothes, your hair, your skin, everything reeks of smoke all the time. You stopped noticing months ago. This is just what people smell like. Centuries from now, archaeologists will be able to identify where ancient peoples lived by testing soil samples for microscopic charcoal particles. Your presence here, in this cave, around this fire, will remain detectable for thousands of years. Beyond your fire circle, the winter night is absolute. No streetlights, no house lights, no distant glow from a neighbouring village. Just darkness so complete that you can't see your hand 6 inches from your face. The stars are brilliant when clouds permit, brighter than anything you've seen in your light-polluted modern life, but starlight doesn't help you see where you're walking or what might be watching you from the shadows. So you stay near the fire. You arrange your entire life around its maintenance and its limited radius of illumination. You wake when there's enough dawn light to see by, work through the day, then retreat to the fireside as darkness falls. Your world shrinks to what the flames reveal. Stories are told here, skills are taught, tools are repaired, and children fall asleep to the sound of crackling wood and quiet conversations. This is humanity's first experience of artificial light, though artificial seems like the wrong word for something so elemental. Fire is half-tamed nature, neither fully wild nor fully domesticated. It consumes whatever you feed it, indifferent to your needs, dangerous even when contained. A spark jumps from the hearth and lands on your wool cloak. You brush it away quickly before it can smoulder into a hole. Fire serves you, but only if you remain vigilant, respectful, and properly afraid. The elders in your group remember stories passed down from their elders about times when fire went out during a harsh winter, when illness or accident meant no one could tend it properly. The darkness that followed was terrifying, not just physically cold, but spiritually desolate. Restarting a fire required finding dry wood in wet weather, preparing tinder carefully, and spending hours creating friction hot enough to ignite the kindling. Success was never guaranteed. Some groups, the stories say, didn't survive such failures. You watch the flames dance and realise that this fire connects you to an unbroken chain of light stretching back further than memory. Every night for thousands of generations, humans have gathered around fires just like this one. The particular wood might change, the shape of the hearth might differ, but the essential experience remains constant. Warmth, light, safety, and community, all contained within a small radius of flickering illumination. Your youngest sibling is learning fire tending now, watching the flames intently, learning to read their language. When the fire burns yellow and high, you're using fresh wood. When it settles to blue flames close to the coals, the wood has mostly burned away. Red embers mean the fire is dying but can be revived with careful attention. Black smoke means wet wood or insufficient oxygen. These lessons are as important as any other knowledge the child will acquire. The fire shapes your understanding of time as well as space. You measure the evening by the amount of wood remaining, by how low the flames have burned, and by when coals need to be banked for the night. There are no clocks here, no precise measurements of hours and minutes. Time is the fire burning down, daylight fading and stars wheeling overhead. The rhythms are natural, tied to observable phenomena rather than abstract numbers. As the evening deepens, people begin preparing for sleep. The fire is built up one final time, then carefully arranged so it will burn slowly through the night. Someone, tonight it's your turn, will wake periodically to add wood to ensure the fire doesn't die completely. This night watch is necessary, but not particularly arduous. You've done it since childhood. You know the feel of waking in darkness, the brief moment of disorientation, and then the automatic movement toward the hearth to add fuel. The problem with fire is that it wants to stay in one place, and you frequently need to be in another place. This created certain logistical challenges that occupied your ancestors' considerable ingenuity for thousands of years. You're walking through a forest at dusk, following a path you know by feel as much as sight. In your hand, you're carrying a torch. Nothing fancy, just a branch of pine wrapped with strips of birch bark soaked in animal fat. It burns with a smoky, sputtering flame that smells like a combination of campfire and old cooking grease. Every 30 feet or so, you have to stop and scrape away the accumulated carbon at the burning end. Otherwise, it will crust over and extinguish itself. This torch will last perhaps 45 minutes if you're lucky and the wind doesn't pick up. After that, you'll need to light another one from the dying flames of the first. You're carrying 3 spares in your other hand, already prepared. The mathematics of torch life versus distance to travel is something you calculate automatically now, the same way you might calculate whether you have enough gas to reach the next station. Torchlight is democratic in a way that firelight isn't. It moves with you and extends your radius of safety beyond the hearth. But it's also limited, creating a small bubble of illumination in an ocean of darkness. The light reaches perhaps 10 feet ahead of you, enough to see routes that might trip you and to make large predators think twice before approaching. It doesn't, however, let you see much of what's happening beyond that circle. The darkness outside your torchlight isn't just dark. It's somehow darker than it was before you lit the torch, as if the flame creates shadow as much as light. Ancient peoples used torches the way you use flashlights, with the same frustrations and benefits. They carried torches to and from the fields after dark. They carried torches down mine shafts and into caves. They carried torches through city streets before street lighting existed. Torches were so fundamental to ancient life that they show up in mythology, art and literature constantly. The Olympic torch, the torch-carrying Statue of Liberty, and the torches that angry villagers always seem to have handy in classic horror. Films, making a good torch required genuine skill. Simply setting a stick on fire produced terrible results. It burned too fast, created too much smoke, and extinguished at the slightest breeze. The best torches combined materials carefully. A dense core of hardwood, wrapped with bark or fabric strips, soaked in fat or resin or pitch. Some cultures added sulphur for a brighter flame. Others experimented with different wrapping techniques to control the burn rate. There were professional torch makers in ancient cities, specialists who understood the chemistry and physics of combustion, centuries before those sciences had names. You pass another traveller going the opposite direction, also carrying a torch. You nod to each other as you pass, 2 small moving points of light in the immensity of darkness. For a moment, as you walk away from each other, you can see their torchlight receding into the distance behind you. A small comfort. Proof that you're not completely alone out here. The forest at night is a different place than the forest by day. Sounds carry differently. Distances become impossible to judge. That tree you walked past this morning looks vaguely threatening in torch shadow. Your torch illuminates the eyes of something watching from the underbrush. 2 points of reflected light, greenish gold, unblinking. You pause. Whatever it is pauses. You take a step. It fades back into darkness. Your heart is pounding harder than it should be for a simple walk home. Torches had significant disadvantages beyond their short burn time. They required both hands in a sense, one to hold the torch and one to steady it against wind or to carry other items. They created sparks that could ignite your clothing or dry grass. They broadcast your position to anyone or anything watching. In wet weather they were nearly useless, sputtering and smoking but providing minimal light. Smart people carried extra kindling and fat-soaked cloth to restart torches that refused to stay lit. Yet despite these limitations, torches represented a revolution in human mobility. Before torches, darkness meant staying put. After torches, darkness meant proceeding carefully, but still proceeding. You could travel at night if necessary. You could work after sunset. You could investigate strange noises outside your settlement rather than huddling inside wondering what was making them. The torch extended human agency beyond daylight hours, pushing back against the tyranny of the sun's schedule. In ancient cities, torchbearers were common sights on streets after dark. Sometimes servants lighting the way for wealthy employers, sometimes hired guides who knew the safest routes through dangerous neighbourhoods. A torch meant you had somewhere to be, resources to spare, and the confidence to travel after dark. It was a small statement of power over natural rhythms that had governed human life since the species began. Your own torch is burning lower now, the flame creeping down toward your hand. You stop and light your second torch from the first, holding them together until the new one catches properly. The first torch you drop and grind out with your heel. Can't risk leaving it burning where it might start a forest fire. These small, careful actions, repeated by millions of people over thousands of years, prevented disasters you'll never know about. The path begins to slope upward, and you can see lights ahead. The fires of your village glowing orange through the trees. Each house has its own hearth, creating a constellation of warm light against the hillside. During winter, before everyone goes to sleep, the village glows softly in the darkness, visible for miles. That glow means safety, shelter, food, and family. You quicken your pace, eager to be home, to put down your torch and warm yourself by a fire that doesn't need to be carried through the night. The invention of the lantern, essentially a torch protected by translucent panels, solved some of the torch's problems. Horns scraped thin enough to be semi-transparent could protect a flame from wind while still allowing light to pass through. Later, oiled paper served a similar function. These early lanterns were crude by later standards, but represented significant improvements over exposed flames. A lantern was less likely to be extinguished by a sudden gust, less likely to drop sparks on flammable materials, and could be carried more safely through crowded spaces. You've seen lanterns in the market town, carried by merchants and officials who could afford such luxuries. The light they cast is softer than torchlight, more diffused, but also more reliable. A good lantern with adequate oil could burn for hours without attention, making it ideal for night watches and extended travel. The town's night watchman carries one as he makes his rounds, calling out the hours and checking doors. His lantern has become so associated with his role that children play at being watchmen, carrying makeshift lanterns and mimicking his calls. Torches also played important ceremonial roles in your culture. Weddings often included torchlit processions, with the bride being escorted to her new home by torchbearers. Funerals similarly used torches, the flames representing the spirit's journey from this world to the next. Summer solstice celebrations involved building enormous bonfire towers, then using torches to light them simultaneously at sunset, creating spectacular displays visible across the countryside. The military applications of torches were equally significant. Armies on the march needed light to set up camp, post sentries and coordinate movements after dark. Signal fires on hilltops could transmit messages across vast distances faster than any messenger on foot or horse. A chain of beacon fires stretching along a coastline could warn of invasion within hours, alerting populations to danger long before the threat arrived. You remember hearing stories about the great beacon chain that once stretched across the land, linking watchtowers and fortifications. When enemies approached, the first tower would light its beacon, which would be seen by the next tower, which would light its own fire, and so on down the line. The system was simple but effective, turning light itself into a communication network spanning hundreds of miles. You're sitting in a stone house on the Mediterranean coast, and it's sometime around 800 BCE. Night has fallen, and rather than retiring to bed, you're working on a fishing net that needs repair before tomorrow's expedition. You're able to do this because of the object sitting on the table beside you. A simple clay oil lamp no larger than your palm, filled with olive oil and fitted with a small linen wick. The lamp's light is modest, barely enough to illuminate your hands and the section of net you're mending, but it's steady in a way that torchlight never was, and it doesn't require constant attention. The wick draws oil upward through capillary action, a phenomenon you don't understand but have learned to trust, and burns with a small bright flame that smells faintly of olives and smoke. Oil lamps represented a massive leap forward in lighting technology, though they still had significant limitations. The light they cast was weak by modern standards, enough for close work but not for illuminating an entire room. You needed multiple lamps for that, and olive oil was expensive enough that most families used it sparingly. The wealthy might burn lamps freely throughout their homes. Everyone else calculated carefully how many hours of lamplight they could afford. The oil lamp's invention appears independently in multiple ancient cultures. Mediterranean peoples used olive oil, Asian cultures used various vegetable oils, and Northern Europeans used fish oil or animal fat. The principle remained the same: a reservoir to hold fuel, a wick to draw that fuel to a flame, and a design that prevented the entire apparatus from becoming a fire hazard. Early lamps were simply shells or hollowed stones filled with fat and a plant fibre wick. Later versions became more sophisticated, shaped clay, bronze or iron vessels with spouts to hold the wick and handles for carrying. Your lamp is beautiful in its simplicity. The clay is reddish-brown, shaped like an elongated teardrop with a pinched spout at one end where the wick emerges. There's a small hole at the wide end for refilling. The potter who made it decorated the top with a simple pattern of radiating lines. You bought it from him last year for 3 fish. It's one of your prized possessions. The light it produces has a different quality than firelight from the hearth. More focused, less flickering, with a slightly bluish tinge compared to the orange glow of burning wood. You can read by this light if you're literate, which you're not. But your neighbour who runs the wine shop keeps his accounts by lamplight well into the night. The lamp allows him to extend his working hours, to review his numbers, and to plan his orders in the evening when his shop is closed. Oil lamps changed nighttime behaviour in ways that torches never could. They enabled sedentary work. You could sit and weave, write, mend, calculate or repair tools for extended periods without constantly tending to a torch or moving closer to the hearth. They were portable but didn't require constant replacement like torches. A well-made lamp with a good supply of oil could burn all night if needed, though that level of extravagance was rare outside wealthy households or temples. The wick requires occasional trimming. You do this now, pinching off the charred end with your calloused fingers. The flame sputters for a moment, then burns brighter and steadier. A properly trimmed wick is the difference between a lamp that smokes and smells and one that burns cleanly. You learned this through trial and error, wasting oil and filling your house with black smoke before you figured out the correct technique. Different oils produce different results. Olive oil burned cleanly but was expensive. Fish oil was cheaper but smelled distinctly oceanic, especially when the flame wasn't burning hot enough. Castor oil burned brightly but required specific wick materials to work properly. Animal fat could be used but tended to produce more smoke and needed higher temperatures to remain liquid. Every culture developed preferences based on what resources were locally available. Religious ceremonies relied heavily on oil lamps. Temples and shrines kept perpetual flames burning in dedicated lamps, tended by priests or temple servants. These flames represented divine presence, continuity, and connection between the human and divine realms. Letting a temple lamp go out was considered a terrible omen. Some lamps were designed specifically for religious use, elaborate bronze vessels with multiple wicks, ornate decorations and chains for hanging. You're almost finished with your net repair when you notice the flame dimming slightly. You check the oil level, low, but enough to finish this work. Tomorrow you'll need to refill the lamp from the large clay vessel in the corner where you store your olive oil supply. You budget carefully, balancing the need for evening light against the oil's other uses in cooking and preserving food. Life is a series of small calculations like this, trade-offs between competing needs with limited resources. Outside you can hear the night watchman passing through the street, calling out that all is well. He carries a lantern, essentially an oil lamp enclosed in a frame with translucent panels of horn or animal skin to protect the flame from wind. His light bobs and sways as he walks, casting moving shadows against the walls of houses. His voice is reassuring, a reminder that someone is watching, that the darkness isn't entirely unguarded. Lamp design evolved continuously over centuries. Simple open bowls gave way to covered vessels with small filling holes and pinched spouts. Spouts became longer to project the flame forward. Multiple wick lamps provided more light from a single reservoir. Reflective surfaces behind lamps amplified their illumination. Each improvement was incremental, but collectively they transformed a crude light source into a sophisticated technology. The Romans became particularly skilled at lamp making, producing thousands of ceramic lamps in standardized workshops. These lamps were decorated with images of gods, animals, gladiators, and geometric patterns, art objects as much as functional tools. wealthy Romans owned dozens of lamps, using them to illuminate dinner parties and evening social gatherings. The lamps were arranged strategically around rooms, creating lighting effects that showcased the host's wealth and taste. Lamp fuel was sometimes scented with herbs or flowers to mask the smell of burning oil and create pleasant atmospheres. Lavender oil, rosemary or rose petals might be added to the fuel, creating fragrances that mix with the warm smell of burning oil. This practice was expensive and reserved for special occasions, but it demonstrated how people sought to make their artificial light not just functional, but beautiful and pleasant. The trade in lamp oil was substantial and economically important. Olive growers, oil pressers, merchants, and lamp makers all depended on the demand for illumination. In Mediterranean regions, olive oil production was geared as much toward lighting as toward cooking. Poor olive harvests meant not just food shortages, but darkness, as families rationed their remaining oil carefully through the winter months. You finish your net repair and trim the wick one final time before extinguishing the lamp. The process is deliberate. You don't just blow out the flame, which would fill the room with acrid smoke. Instead, you use a small bronze tool designed for the purpose, pressing the wick down into the oil until the flame is smothered. The room plunges into darkness, leaving only the dim glow from the hearth fire across the room. Your eyes need a moment to adjust before you can safely navigate to your sleeping area. You're standing in a monastery in medieval England, sometime around 1200 CE. It's late evening, and you're in the scriptorium where monks spend their days copying manuscripts. The room is filled with a soft, steady glow from dozens of candles. Beeswax candles that burn with a gentle honey scent, and a light that's bright enough to read by, but soft enough not to strain the eyes. Candles weren't new by this period, but their widespread use represented a significant advancement over oil lamps in many situations. They were portable, created no liquid fuel to spill, produced minimal smoke if made properly, and could be extinguished and relit with relative ease. They also burned down gradually, which made them useful for measuring time. Specially marked candles could track hours during religious services or night watches. The candles illuminating this scriptorium are expensive, made from beeswax collected from the monastery's hives. Beeswax candles burn cleanly and smell pleasant, making them the preferred choice for churches and wealthy households. The common people used tallow candles made from rendered animal fat, much cheaper but also smellier and smokier. A tallow candle burning is a distinctly different olfactory experience than beeswax, with undertones of old meat and grease that never entirely dissipate. You watch a monk working at his desk, copying lines from an illuminated manuscript. The candle beside him is thick, perhaps 6 inches tall, burning steadily in a simple iron holder. Every hour or so he trims the wick with a small pair of scissors designed specifically for this purpose. Snuffers, they're called, though that name is slightly misleading since they're for trimming rather than extinguishing. The trimmed wick falls away, leaving behind a cleaner, brighter flame. Candle making was both a household task and a professional trade. Families made their own tallow candles by dipping wicks repeatedly into melted fat, building up layers until the candle reached the desired thickness. Professional chandlers produced higher quality candles using moulds and better materials, selling them in markets and to institutions. The Chandlers' Guild in medieval cities was powerful and well respected. Light was valuable, and those who provided it enjoyed special status. The process of making a dipped candle is meditative and tedious. You prepare your wick, usually braided cotton or linen strands. You heat your wax or tallow until it's fully melted. Then you begin dipping. Sink the wick into the liquid, pull it out, let it cool slightly, and dip again. Each dip adds a thin layer. You need dozens of dips to create a candle of useful size. The work takes hours and fills your house with the smell of hot wax or cooking fat. Moulded candles were faster to produce but required equipment. A pewter or tin mould shaped like a tube, with a hole at the bottom for the wick to pass through. Pour in the melted wax, let it cool completely, then push out the finished candle. Multiple moulds allowed chandlers to produce candles in batches, making the process more efficient. The best moulds created candles with smooth sides and even burning characteristics. The amount of light a candle produced became a unit of measurement. The foot candle, defined as the illumination cast by one candle at a distance of 1 foot. This unit persisted into the modern era, eventually evolving into the lumen. Medieval people were intimately familiar with how many candles were needed to illuminate a room adequately, and wealthy households employed servants specifically to manage candle supplies and ensure proper lighting throughout the house. Candles had one significant advantage over lamps in certain contexts. They could be easily moved and positioned. You could carry a candle in a simple holder upstairs, down hallways, and into storage rooms. Candlesticks came in elaborate varieties: tall stands for hallways, short holders for tables, wall sconces for rooms, and chandeliers with multiple arms for great halls. Each design solved a specific lighting problem while also displaying wealth and status. The Catholic Church was perhaps the largest consumer of candles in medieval Europe. Altar candles burned during every service. Votive candles flickered in alcoves dedicated to saints. Processional candles were carried during ceremonies. The Pachal candle, blessed during the Easter Vigil, represented Christ's light entering the world. Religious candle use was so extensive that monasteries with their own apiaries had significant economic advantages. They could produce their own beeswax rather than purchasing it. You notice how the candlelight in this scriptorium creates a particular atmosphere, quieter somehow than daylight, more contemplative. The monks work in near silence, their pens scratching against parchment, the only sounds being the occasional turned page or whispered prayer. The light seems appropriate for this work of preservation and devotion, as if the candles themselves participate in the sacred task of copying religious texts. A draught from somewhere causes several candles to flicker simultaneously, and a monk rises to investigate. Candles were sensitive to air movement. A strong draught could extinguish them entirely, or cause them to burn unevenly, creating long drips down one side. Windows were kept closed at night not just for warmth, but to protect the lights. Heavy curtains served double duty, insulating against cold and blocking winds that might disturb the flames. The monk trimming wicks carries a small ceramic bowl to collect the trimmed portions. Nothing is wasted. Even these tiny scraps of wick and adhering wax will be saved and eventually incorporated into new candles. Wax was too valuable to discard, even in an institution as wealthy as this monastery. The principle of careful resource management permeated every aspect of life in ages when materials were expensive and labour was cheap. Candle snuffers, bell-shaped tools on long handles, were used to extinguish candles without spreading smoke or spattering hot wax. You watch as a monk makes his rounds with a snuffer, carefully extinguishing candles that are no longer needed as monks complete their work and retire for the night. The process is ritualistic, performed with the same care and attention as any other monastic duty. Different coloured candles serve different purposes in church settings. White candles were standard for most services. Red candles appeared during certain feast days. Black candles were used during Good Friday. The colours carried symbolic weight, part of the elaborate visual language of medieval Christianity. Even the number of candles had meaning. 2 candles represented the dual nature of Christ, and 7 candles corresponded to the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. The wealthy experimented with candles made from spermaceti, a waxy substance derived from sperm whales. These candles burned even more cleanly than beeswax and produced bright white light. However, they were extraordinarily expensive, reserved for royalty and the highest nobility. A spermaceti candle represented not just light, but an ostentatious display of wealth, a statement that the owner could afford to burn the finest materials simply for illumination. Poor households used rushlights as an economical alternative to candles. These were made by soaking the pithy core of rush plants in animal fat. They burned quickly and produced minimal light, but they were cheap enough for even the poorest families to afford. A rushlight might burn for just 20 minutes, requiring constant replacement throughout the evening. Families using rushlights lived with much dimmer illumination than their wealthier neighbours. You walk through the monastery cloisters as evening deepens into night, and the transformation is striking. During the day, the stone arches and corridors seem austere, almost cold. By candlelight they become warm and mysterious, shadows pooling in corners, the vaulted ceiling barely visible above. This is a different building after dark, experienced in a fundamentally different way. Architecture designed for daylight takes on new character when revealed by flickering flames. The monastery bell tower houses a special candle used for timekeeping, a thick candle marked with hours, burning at a consistent rate that allows the bell ringer to track time through the night. When the flame reaches each mark, he rings the bell to call monks to prayer. This system isn't perfectly accurate, but it's reliable enough for the monastery's needs. Time measured by a burning candle has a different texture than time measured by mechanical clocks, more fluid, more connected to physical processes of consumption and transformation. You're attending a Diwali celebration in India sometime around 1500 CE. The entire city is transformed into a constellation of small lights, thousands upon thousands of clay oil lamps called diyas, arranged on windowsills, doorsteps, rooftops and streets. Each diya is a simple thing, a small clay bowl filled with oil or ghee with a cotton wick floating in it. Individually, they provide minimal illumination. Collectively, they create a spectacle that transforms the night into something magical. Light has always carried meaning beyond the merely practical. In cultures around the world, light represents knowledge, divine presence, hope, celebration, and triumph over darkness, both literal and metaphorical. The ways people used light, when, where, and why they lit lamps or candles or fires, reveal as much about their spiritual lives as their material ones. You walk through the streets admiring the displays. Some households have arranged their diyas in elaborate patterns, spirals, lotus flowers, and geometric designs that seem to glow with intention. Children carry sparklers, waving them to create brief trails of light in the darkness. The smell of burning oil mixes with incense and the scent of festival foods being prepared. This is light used not for work or safety, but for joy, for creating beauty, for honouring the divine. The festival celebrates the return of Lord Rama to his kingdom after 14 years of exile, and the lights represent the lamps that citizens lit to guide him home and celebrate his return. But the meaning has deepened over centuries to encompass broader themes: the victory of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and good over evil. Each tiny flame becomes a prayer, a hope, a connection to something larger than individual existence. In another time and place, you're standing in a Jewish household on the 8th night of Hanukkah. The menorah holds 9 candles, 8 for the 8 nights of the holiday, plus the shamash, the helper candle used to light the others. The ritual of lighting the menorah follows a specific order, right to left, adding 1 candle each night until all 8 are burning on the final evening. The light from these candles is not to be used for practical purposes. You don't read by them or navigate by them. They exist purely to remember, to commemorate, and to maintain connection with history and faith. The story being commemorated is specific. The rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem and the miracle of oil that should have burned for 1 day lasting 8 days. But like all religious observances, the particular story opens onto universal themes. Light as endurance, light as unexpected grace, light as persistence against overwhelming odds. The menorah's placement in a window ensures that the lights proclaim their message to the street, sharing the miracle publicly rather than keeping it private. The Christians had their own traditions of sacred light. Candlemas, celebrated on February 2nd, involved bringing all the household candles to church for blessing. These blessed candles would protect the home, ward off evil, and ensure prosperity for the coming year. The tradition acknowledged that light was more than mere illumination. It carried power, meaning, and protection beyond its physical properties. In Celtic lands, before Christianity arrived, the festival of Samhain marked the transition from the light half of the year to the dark half. Large bonfires were lit on hilltops, visible for miles around. Families carried torches lit from these sacred fires back to their own hearths, rekindling their household flames with sanctified fire. The ritual connected individual homes to the community and to the turning of seasons, using light as both a practical tool and a spiritual symbol. The Japanese Obon festival honours deceased ancestors, and part of its observance involves lighting lanterns to guide spirits back to the living world. Paper lanterns hang from eaves and posts, glowing softly in the summer darkness, On the final night of the festival, floating lanterns are set adrift on rivers and lakes, carrying prayers and farewells back to the spirit world. The lights bob and drift downstream, gradually disappearing into the darkness, a beautiful, melancholy image of impermanence and connection. Winter solstice celebrations across numerous cultures involved lighting fires or lamps to encourage the sun's return, to prove that light still existed even in the darkest part of the year. The Scandinavian tradition of Saint Lucia's Day involved young women wearing crowns of candles, bringing light and food to households during the darkest weeks of winter. The symbolism was clear. We carry light through the darkness, we maintain hope, and we refuse to surrender to the long night. You're at a Buddhist temple during Vesak, the celebration of Buddha's birth, enlightenment and death. The temple complex is adorned with thousands of lanterns, creating a warm glow that seems to pulse with spiritual energy. Monks and lay people alike carry small lamps in procession, circling the temple grounds, the accumulated light of hundreds of individual flames creating an illumination that feels qualitatively different from any electric light you've experienced in your modern life. Light in these contexts wasn't measured in lumens or foot candles. It wasn't evaluated based on efficiency or duration. Instead, it was appreciated for its symbolic weight, its connection to meaning and memory, and its devotion. A single candle burning in memory of a deceased loved one provided almost no practical illumination, but its purpose wasn't practical. It was witness, remembrance, and continuing connection. The ancient Zoroastrians maintained sacred fires in fire temples, tended continuously by priests. These fires were considered living manifestations of the divine, requiring careful feeding and protection. Different grades of fire existed: household fires, community fires, and most sacred of all, the Atash Behram, a fire requiring the gathering and combination of 16 different types of fire in elaborate purification ceremonies. The fire could never be allowed to go out, with priests maintaining constant vigil over its preservation. You observe how different cultures develop distinct aesthetics of light. Chinese lanterns made of paper and bamboo painted with auspicious symbols and proverbs. Moroccan lanterns of pierced metal creating intricate shadow patterns on surrounding walls. Indian hanging lamps of brass with multiple wicks arranged in rows. Each tradition expressed something about how people understood and valued light, turning functional objects into works of art. Even in the darkness, you find that the human impulse toward ritual and celebration manifests through light. Birthday candles represent years lived and wishes made. Memorial candles honour those who died. Vigil candles accompany prayers for the sick or troubled. The Olympic torch carries flame across continents, connecting nations through a shared symbol of hope and excellence. None of these uses make economic sense. They're inefficient, expensive, and accomplish no practical work. Yet they persist because light means something beyond mere visibility. Processions by torchlight or candlelight created memorable spectacles. Medieval religious processions wound through streets with participants carrying candles, creating rivers of light flowing through darkness. Japanese shrine festivals featured participants carrying illuminated portable shrines through streets. These moving lights transformed familiar spaces, making the everyday world seem strange and sacred. In some traditions, the act of lighting itself became ritualized. Specific prayers accompanied the lighting of Sabbath candles. Certain holidays required fires to be lit in particular ways, from specific materials at specific times with specific invocations. The lighting was as important as the light itself, and the act was as meaningful as the outcome. You notice how sacred light often involves community participation. One person lights a candle, then shares that flame with others, who share with still others, until hundreds of individual lights bloom from a single source. The metaphor is obvious but powerful. Light multiplies without diminishing. Knowledge shared enriches everyone, and one small flame can illuminate an entire gathering. You're reviewing the household accounts in a middle-class London home sometime around 1750. The numbers are frustrating. The cost of candles alone represents a significant portion of your family's budget. Not as much as food or rent, certainly, but enough to require careful management. You burn cheap tallow candles in the kitchen and servants' quarters, but save the better beeswax candles for the parlour where you entertain guests. Even so, the expense adds up. Before electricity, lighting was expensive enough to meaningfully constrain behaviour. Poor families went to bed soon after sunset because they couldn't afford to burn lights. Middling families carefully rationed their lighting, using good candles sparingly and making do with cheaper alternatives when possible. Only the wealthy could afford to light their homes as freely as they wished, and even they paid attention to the cost. The economics of light affected every level of society differently. Rural farmers had access to animal fat for tallow candles, but might lack the means to buy better alternatives. Urban workers could purchase various grades of candles and lamp oil, but earned barely enough to afford basic necessities. The wealthy employed specialised servants, lamp boys, candle snuffers and torch-bearers, whose entire role involved managing the household's lighting needs. You calculate how many hours of light you can afford this week. Evening gatherings must be planned carefully. If you're hosting guests, you need to burn more candles to make a good impression, but that means fewer hours of light on other nights. Reading must be done during daylight or by the most economical light sources. Sewing, mending and other close work are scheduled for the brightest parts of the day or postponed until you can justify the cost of proper illumination. The poor made difficult trade-offs. A family earning barely enough to eat might choose between buying candles and buying food. Often, food won. People went to bed early not because they were especially tired, but because sitting in darkness was depressing and unproductive. Winter evenings were long and dark, and the inability to afford light made them longer and darker still. Some crafts and trades required light to function, and the cost of that light was built into the price of goods and services. A shoemaker needed good light to work leather properly. A tailor needed it for fine stitching. A watchmaker absolutely required it for delicate repairs. These skilled tradespeople invested in better lighting because their livelihoods demanded it, but they paid a price in the form of significant ongoing expenses for candles or lamp oil. Street lighting, where it existed at all, was rudimentary and expensive. In London, householders were required by law to hang lanterns outside their doors on dark nights, creating a patchwork of light that barely illuminated the streets. The system was unreliable. People forgot or couldn't afford the oil, or simply ignored the requirement. Walking through the city after dark remained dangerous, with criminals taking advantage of poorly lit areas and victims having limited ability to see threats approaching. The cost of light created a kind of temporal inequality. The wealthy could extend their days, hosting evening salons and parties that continued well past dark. They could read, work and socialise during hours when poorer people had no choice but to sleep. This wasn't a trivial advantage. It meant more hours for education, networking, entertainment and productive work. The ability to light the darkness was, in effect, the ability to buy time itself. Institutions had different economics than individuals. Churches could afford to keep multiple candles burning because they served communities rather than families. Universities and colleges maintained reading rooms with adequate lighting, enabling scholars to study after sunset. Governments lit official buildings and public spaces as demonstrations of power and resources. These institutional lights created islands of illumination in otherwise dark cities. You've heard about experiments with new types of lamps, something about gas lighting being tested in some public spaces. The idea seems fantastical. Pipes carrying flammable gas through the streets, with flames burning at regular intervals from special fixtures. It sounds dangerous, but apparently the light is much brighter than candles or oil lamps, and the cost per hour of illumination is lower. Still, you doubt it will become widespread. How could such a system possibly be maintained across an entire city? The economics of light influence social structures in ways you're only beginning to understand. Servants rose before dawn and worked until well after dark, often by inadequate light that strained their eyes and made their work more difficult. Their labour subsidised their employers' comfort, including the management of expensive lighting systems. The distribution of light within a household reflected the distribution of power. Masters got the best light, and servants made do with minimal illumination, or worked by daylight whenever possible. Professional lamplighters formed guilds and maintained regular employment in cities with street lighting systems. They made rounds each evening with ladders and long poles, lighting lamps along designated routes. In the morning they reversed the process, extinguishing lamps and collecting unused oil. The work was steady but not glamorous, and the pay reflected the low status of manual labour. Still, it was preferable to many alternatives available to working-class men. The market for lighting products was substantial and stratified. Expensive beeswax candles for the wealthy, middling tallow candles for the respectable poor, and cheap rushlights for those barely scraping by. Different grades of lamp oil served different markets. Candlesticks, lanterns, snuffers, and other lighting implements came in versions appropriate for every social class. You could tell a family's approximate wealth and status by examining their lighting provisions. Some households tried to economise by making their own candles, but this required time, skill, and access to raw materials. The tallow had to be rendered from animal fat, filtered to remove impurities, then used for dipping or moulding. The process was time-consuming and smelly, filling the house with the odour of hot animal fat. Many families decided that purchasing candles from professional chandlers was worth the extra expense to avoid the unpleasant work. This seasonal variation in daylight hours affected household economics significantly. Summer evenings required less artificial light, reducing expenses and allowing families to extend their waking hours without additional cost. Winter demanded much more light, straining budgets precisely when other expenses, heating, warm clothing, preserved foods, also increased. The darkest months were often the hardest months economically, with multiple needs competing for limited resources. You finish your accounting with a sigh. The candle budget will need to be reduced next month to cover an unexpected expense. This means fewer evening social gatherings, more work completed during daylight hours and earlier bedtimes. It's a small adjustment, but it reminds you how much of your life is constrained by the economics of something as basic as light. You long for a time when illumination might be cheap and abundant, though you can't imagine how such a world could possibly come to exist. You're in a blacksmith's forge late in the evening, and work continues despite the darkness outside, but the forge provides its own illumination. The fire burning at temperatures hot enough to soften iron casts enough light to see by, especially once your eyes adjust. The glow is reddish-orange, painting everything in shades of warmth and shadow. You can see the blacksmith's face clearly when he leans close to the forge, but he disappears into silhouette when he steps back to his anvil. Certain types of work created their own light, and people organised their labour around this fact. Blacksmiths could work into the evening because their forges illuminated their workspaces. Bakers started their days in the middle of the night, but their ovens provided light as well as heat. Metalworkers, glass blowers, and anyone else whose craft involved fire had a built-in lighting solution, though it wasn't always sufficient for detail work. The quality of forge light is particular, very bright near the fire, but the illumination falls off quickly. Colours are distorted, with everything taking on warm tones that make it difficult to judge the true appearance of objects. The blacksmith knows this and often takes worked pieces outside during daylight to examine them properly. What looks smooth and even by forge light might reveal flaws in natural illumination. You watch as the blacksmith heats a piece of iron until it glows, first red, then orange, then yellow-white at the hottest point. The metal itself becomes a source of light, bright enough to read by if you were foolish enough to get that close. He hammers it against the anvil and sparks fly with each impact, creating brief fireworks that illuminate the workshop in flickering bursts. The darkness between sparks is somehow darker, your eyes constantly adjusting to changes in light level. The rhythmic work of the forge creates a kind of temporal structure to the evening. Heat the metal, hammer it, check the shape, and return it to the fire. Each cycle involves moving between different light levels, the brilliant glow of the forge, the dimmer light of the work area, and the near darkness of the corners where tools and materials are stored. The blacksmith navigates these transitions automatically, his body remembering where everything's located. Other trades found different solutions to working after dark. Fishermen often worked by moonlight when the lunar cycle permitted or carried torches when necessary. Night fishing required different skills than daylight fishing. You learned to navigate by feel and sound as much as sight, to interpret ripples and splashes you couldn't see clearly. The torch attracted certain fish while scaring others away, creating different opportunities and challenges than daylight fishing presented. Miners worked underground where no natural light ever reached, entirely dependent on lamps or candles. A miner's lamp was a critical piece of equipment, as important as any tool. Running out of light while deep underground could be fatal. You might become disoriented, unable to find your way back to the shaft, surrounded by darkness so complete it created a kind of panic. Miners learned to ration their light carefully, to navigate partially by memory and feel, and to always carry backup illumination. The dangers of working by inadequate light were real and common. Craftspeople strained their eyes trying to see detail by dim lamplight. Accidents increased after dark. Misjudged distances, missed steps, tools that slipped because you couldn't quite see what you were doing. Some trades simply couldn't be performed safely without good light, and people learned which tasks to save for daylight and which could be attempted by flame. Women's work often continued after dark out of necessity. Spinning, weaving, sewing and mending needed to be done, and days weren't long enough to complete everything during daylight hours, so women worked by firelight or lamplight, sitting close to the flame, eyes straining to see fine details. The cost was measured in headaches, eye strain, and gradual loss of close vision over years of working in inadequate illumination. You observe a spinner working by the hearth in the blacksmith's home. She sits close to the fire, distaff in one hand, spindle in the other, drawing out fibre and twisting it into thread through movements so practiced they're almost unconscious. The firelight cast her hands in sharp relief, making the thread visible as it forms, but the light is inconsistent, surging and fading with the flames, requiring constant adjustment and attention. Textile work, spinning, weaving, sewing, demanded good vision and steady hands. Women performing this work by inadequate light developed eye problems earlier than men doing outdoor physical labour. The strain of focusing on fine detail in poor illumination took a cumulative toll. Some women were effectively blind for close work by their 40s, unable to thread needles or see fine stitches, relegated to simpler tasks that didn't require acute vision. The potter's workshop operates on a different rhythm. Clay work requires good light to see subtle imperfections and variations in thickness. Potters who had to work after dark positioned their wheels near windows to capture the last of the evening light, or arranged multiple lamps around their workspace at considerable expense. Throwing pots by firelight alone was nearly impossible. The inconsistent illumination made it too difficult to judge the vessel's shape and symmetry. Glassblowers had perhaps the best nighttime working conditions among craftspeople. The molten glass itself glowed brilliantly, and the furnaces provided ample light and heat. Watching a glassblower work after dark was spectacular. The blob of glowing glass on the end of the blowpipe lit the entire workshop, casting the worker in silhouette as they shaped and formed the material. Sparks and smaller pieces of glass flew like tiny meteors when glass was cut or broken. You notice how different crafts developed different relationships with darkness. Some resisted it, struggling to maintain adequate light for precise work. Others accommodated it, adjusting work schedules to maximize use of daylight and minimize dependence on artificial illumination. Still others incorporated it, like the blacksmith, whose work actually created the light necessary to see by. The apprentice system partly reflected the economics of light. Young apprentices were sent to bed early, partly to conserve candles and lamp oil. They rose before dawn and worked by daylight under supervision, learning their trades during hours when light was free. Masters who could afford to work longer hours by artificial light gained competitive advantages, more productivity, faster completion of complex projects, and the ability to take on urgent orders requiring nighttime work. Seasonal variations affected work patterns significantly. Summer meant long working days, taking full advantage of extended daylight. Winter meant shorter days and more dependence on expensive artificial light, with some trades essentially shutting down after dark, while others invested in lighting and continued working. The rhythm of work followed the rhythm of the sun more closely than any modern workplace can imagine. The night shift, as modern industry understands it, barely existed. Some work continued after dark out of necessity, bakers preparing morning bread, night watchmen patrolling streets, and midwives attending births at any hour. But but the idea of deliberately scheduling large numbers of workers to labour through the night was largely impractical before adequate lighting made such arrangements feasible. You're walking through Edinburgh on a moonless night in 1780, and the darkness is thick enough to feel solid. The street lighting is sporadic at best, some oil lamps hanging from posts at major intersections, but long stretches of road remain completely dark. You're carrying a lantern, which helps, but the light doesn't extend far enough to prevent you from occasionally stepping in something unpleasant that you'd rather not identify. Cities after dark were dangerous places, and insufficient lighting was a major reason why. Criminals worked under cover of darkness, knowing that victims couldn't identify them and constables couldn't easily give chase. Getting home safely after dark often meant hiring a link boy, a youth carrying a torch to light your way, or travelling in groups for safety. The wealthy had servants who accompanied them with lanterns. Everyone else took their chances. The watch system attempted to maintain order, with night watchmen patrolling streets and calling out the hours. But watchmen were often elderly, poorly paid, and not particularly effective at preventing crime. Their lanterns helped them navigate, but also advertised their positions to anyone wanting to avoid them. Criminals simply worked in the areas between watch routes, in the dark spaces where no one was looking. Some cities experimented with public lighting systems. Paris had been installing oil lamps on major streets since the 1660s, creating a network of lights that were lit each evening and extinguished at dawn. The system required an army of lamplighters and lamp snuffers, workers who made their rounds with ladders and long poles, managing thousands of lamps across the city. The cost was enormous, but the benefits in terms of reduced crime and improved nighttime commerce made it worthwhile. London was slower to adopt comprehensive street lighting, relying on the patchwork system of householder lanterns, supplemented by a few public lamps in busy areas. The result was inconsistent. Some streets were reasonably well lit, while others remained dark passages best avoided after sunset. Maps of London published in this period sometimes included notations about which streets were safe to traverse at night, a strange form of cartography that mapped danger as much as geography. You pass a tavern, light and noise spilling from its open door. Inside you can see customers drinking by candlelight, the room hazy with tobacco smoke. Taverns stayed open late because they could afford the light necessary to do business after dark. They became social centres by default. Where else could people gather in the evening? The pub served as a kind of communal living room, a lit space in the dark city where news was exchanged, deals were made, and the hours between supper and bedtime could be passed in company. Night soil collectors were working, emptying chamber pots and cesspits, doing work that polite society preferred not to think about. They worked at night partly to avoid offending daytime sensibilities, but also because darkness provided some cover for work that no one wanted to watch. Their lanterns bobbed through alleys and rear courts, marking their progress through tasks that were necessary if deeply unpleasant. You hear the Nightingale man making his rounds, a vendor selling small songbirds in cages, conducting business primarily after dark because that's when his customers were home from work. He carries a lantern to show his wares, and the birds sing despite the darkness, their voices strangely cheerful in the night streets. You wonder if they're confused about the time of day or if they simply don't care when they sing as long as someone is listening. Street lighting transformed urban geography in subtle ways. Well-lit streets became desirable addresses, with property values reflecting the relative safety and convenience of good illumination. Dark streets were avoided when possible, creating invisible boundaries within cities. The pattern of light and shadow shaped how people moved through urban spaces, creating preferred routes and no-go areas. The introduction of gaslighting would revolutionise cities in ways that were only beginning to be imagined. Within your lifetime, though you don't know this yet, streets will be lit by gas lamps that burn brighter and more steadily than oil lamps ever could. The change will transform urban life, extending commerce, reducing crime, and making nighttime navigation far less treacherous. But for now, you navigate by lantern light and moonlight, stepping carefully through a city that darkness still controls. Public squares and marketplaces receive priority for lighting installations. These were spaces where commerce happened, where people gathered, and where a city's prosperity and civility were on display. Good lighting in these areas served both practical and symbolic functions. It facilitated trade and social interaction, while also demonstrating civic order and progress. You notice how the few street lamps create pools of light separated by expanses of darkness. Walking between lamps means periodic transitions from relative visibility to near total darkness, with your eyes constantly adjusting. The psychological effect is unsettling. You feel exposed under the lamps, vulnerable in the darkness between them. The profession of link boy emerged to address the lighting gap. These were typically poor youth who carried torches or lanterns and escorted people through dark streets for a small fee. The work was irregular and poorly paid, but it was available to anyone with access to a torch and knowledge of the city's streets. Link boys positioned themselves at busy corners and near theatres, offering their services to anyone venturing into the night. Theatre-goers provided reliable business for link boys and sedan chair carriers. Performances ended after dark, releasing well-dressed audiences into streets that were often quite dark. The wealthier audience members hired sedan chairs or private carriages with attendant torchbearers. Middle-class patrons hired link boys or walked in groups. The poor simply walked home as quickly as possible, hoping for the best. Prostitutes worked the dark streets, using shadows for anonymity and negotiating business in doorways and alleys. The darkness that made streets dangerous also made them useful for activities that required discretion. The relationship between illumination and moral order was something city authorities understood well. Better lighting meant better surveillance, and better surveillance meant better control of behaviour. You pass the remains of someone's evening meal thrown into the street. Bones, vegetable peelings, and other less identifiable materials. In darkness, streets become repositories for all kinds of waste, with people disposing of things they wouldn't dare throw out during daylight. The morning cleaning crews will deal with it, but for now, the debris adds another hazard to nighttime navigation. The sound of footsteps behind you causes a moment of anxiety. You turn to see another pedestrian with a lantern, nodding as they pass. The encounter is brief, but illustrates constant calculations people make about risk and safety. Who else is on the street? Are they walking with purpose, or lingering suspiciously? Do they have light? Every encounter after dark carried a potential threat. Churches and cathedrals often maintained exterior lamps as acts of charity, providing light for travellers and demonstrating religious commitment to aiding the vulnerable. These lamps burned throughout the night, tended by church caretakers, creating small sanctuaries of light in the darkness. Travellers knew to look for church lamps when navigating unfamiliar areas after dark. The contrast between daytime and nighttime cities was stark. During the day, streets filled with vendors, workers, vehicles and pedestrians moving purposefully through familiar spaces. After dark, the same streets became different places, emptier, more dangerous, and navigable only with artificial light and considerable caution. The city effectively contracted after sunset, with large areas becoming virtually uninhabitable until dawn. You're in Baltimore in 1816, and you've just witnessed something remarkable, a demonstration of gaslighting in a downtown building. The light is like nothing you've ever seen, steady, bright, almost harsh compared to the soft glow of candles and oil lamps you've known your entire life. The room is illuminated evenly, with none of the shadows and dark corners that characterize every other lit space you've experienced. This is the beginning of the end for the world you've known, though you can't fully appreciate that yet. Gaslighting represents a transitional technology, still based on combustion, still requiring pipes and maintenance, still producing heat and using oxygen. But it's the first lighting technology that divorces the source of fuel from the point of use. The gas is manufactured elsewhere, transported through pipes and burned at fixtures throughout the building. It's a small conceptual step, but it changes everything. The gas itself is made from coal, heated in sealed retorts until it releases flammable vapours. These vapours are captured, purified and stored in large gas holders before being distributed through iron pipes. The entire system requires significant infrastructure investment. Gasworks, pipes, meters and fixtures. It's not something individuals can create in their homes. It requires organised systems, companies, capital and technology that transforms lighting from a household concern into a public utility. You watch as the demonstrator adjusts the flame, turning a small key that increases or decreases the flow of gas. The light responds instantly, brightening or dimming with precise control that would be impossible with candles or oil lamps. This controllability is part of the revolution, light that obeys your immediate commands, that requires no trimming or refilling, that burns consistently hour after hour as long as the gas flows. The smell is different too. Coal gas has a distinctive, slightly unpleasant odour, though the demonstration organisers have added ventilation to make the space comfortable. Later systems will add aromatic compounds to gas to make leaks detectable, but for now the smell is just part of the experience. You notice that despite the bright light, the room is getting warm. Gas lights produce substantial heat, a side effect that will make summer evenings uncomfortable in gas-lit spaces. Outside, you're told, they're beginning to install gas streetlights in major cities. Baltimore itself will have gas street lighting within a few years. The lampposts will be taller than oil lampposts, the flames enclosed in glass to protect them from wind. Lamplighters will still make their rounds each evening, but now they'll be lighting gas rather than oil, using long poles to turn the gas valves and ignite the flames. The economic implications are enormous. Gas lighting costs significantly less per hour of illumination than candles or oil lamps, making extended nighttime activity affordable for more people. Factories will be able to run evening shifts, shops will stay open after dark, social life will extend further into the night. The working day will stretch beyond the boundaries the sun had always set. Not everyone is enthusiastic about these changes. Candle makers see their livelihood threatened. Some people find gaslighting garish and unpleasant compared to the familiar glow of candles. There are safety concerns. Gas leaks can cause explosions, and several well-publicised accidents have made people nervous about having flammable gas pipe through their walls. The change is met with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Theatres were among the first to adopt gaslighting enthusiastically. The ability to control light levels revolutionised stagecraft, allowing for effects impossible with candles or oil lamps. Lights could be dimmed gradually for dramatic effect, brightened for comedic scenes, and adjusted throughout performances to enhance mood and meaning. The theatre became a showcase for lighting technology, demonstrating possibilities that would eventually spread to other venues. The installation of gaslighting infrastructure created new occupations. Gas fitters who installed pipes and fixtures, gas inspectors who checked for leaks and safety compliance, and meter readers who tracked consumption. An entire industry emerged around this new technology, employing thousands of workers and generating substantial capital investment. You're seeing the future, though you don't realise it yet. In your lifetime, gaslighting will transform cities, factories and homes. But even gaslighting is just another transition. Already, scientists are experimenting with something called electric light, using batteries and metal filaments to create illumination without combustion. It sounds like science fiction, and you can't imagine it will ever be practical for everyday use. Some enthusiasts envision entire cities lit by gas, with streets bright enough to read by, homes illuminated as thoroughly as daylight, and work continuing around the clock. Others warn of dangers, explosions, fires, and the moral hazards of extending human activity into hours that God intended for rest. The debate reflects broader anxieties about technology and change, about whether progress serves humanity or threatens it. The gas company representatives are taking questions from the audience. How much will installation cost? How is gas consumption measured and billed? What happens if pipes break or leak? Can gas lighting be used safely in homes with children? The questions reveal both interest and concern, a community trying to understand how this new technology will affect their lives. Walking home that evening, your own oil lamp seems dimmer and less satisfactory than it did this morning. You've seen what's possible, and the old ways suddenly feel inadequate. The light you carry has served humanity for thousands of years, but its days are numbered. Within a century, almost no one will use oil lamps or candles as primary light sources. They'll become decorative, nostalgic, and reserved for special occasions and power outages. The darkness that surrounded your ancestors, that shaped their days and structured their societies, that created fears and rituals and careful economies of light, that darkness is about to retreat further than anyone imagined possible. The night will never be fully conquered, but it will be pushed back, contained, and made less threatening and less absolute. You're witnessing the beginning of that transformation, standing at the threshold between the world of fire and the world of artificial light that will define the future. Elsewhere, in laboratories and workshops, experimenters are working with electricity. Arc lamps using electric current between carbon electrodes can produce brilliant light, though they're too bright and hot for most practical applications. The light they create is harsh, bluish-white, and fundamentally different from any flame-based illumination. Most people who see arc lamp demonstrations are impressed but doubtful about practical applications. Thomas Edison hasn't been born yet, but the trajectory toward his eventual breakthrough is being established. Each improvement in lighting technology creates demand for more and better illumination. Each new capability reveals limitations of existing systems. The path from fire to electricity passes through gaslighting, and that transition is beginning now, in your time, in your city. You think about your grandparents who lived their entire lives by candle and lamplight, never imagining alternatives. You think about your grandchildren, who might grow up in a world where lighting is cheap, abundant and controllable in ways you can barely imagine. The pace of change is accelerating, and you're living through a pivotal moment when millennia of lighting history are being compressed and transformed. Rest well, knowing that the darkness your ancestors navigated with such care and ingenuity has been mapped and measured and made familiar through thousands of years of human persistence. Their solutions to the problem of darkness, simple, practical and deeply meaningful, light the path backward through time, showing us who we were before we could banish the night with the flip of a switch. The flames they tended, the lamps they filled, the candles they dipped, and the streets they lit. All of these represent humanity's long conversation with darkness, a dialogue that continues even now in the age of electric light. Sleep peacefully, surrounded by the glow of understanding, wrapped in the knowledge that light has always been about more than mere visibility. It's been about safety, community, meaning, and hope, carried carefully through the long night. Let me tell you about a boy who would grow up to touch the ceiling of the most famous chapel in the world. Imagine yourself relaxing in a cosy chair on a calm evening. He was born on March 6th, 1475, in the small hillside town of Caprese, where the morning mist clung to old stone houses like slumbering cats. His name was Michelangelo Buonarroti, but his friends just called him Michel. Do you know how certain things appeal to certain kids? While some people chase butterflies and others adore books, young Michel had a peculiar obsession. He was gathering pebbles and examining their shapes, turning them over in his tiny hands as if they were secrets, while other 6-year-olds were playing with wooden toys. His father, Lodovico, was a local magistrate. Think of him as the town's official paper pusher, and he had grand plans for his son that definitely didn't involve getting dusty with the rocks. When Michel was little, the family relocated to Florence, which would later serve as both his inspiration and playground. In the 1480s, Florence was more than just a city. It was like living inside a jewellery box with ideas and art glistening on every surface. The Medici family ruled there as wealthy patrons who collected artists in the same way that some people collect rare coins. But they were not kings. When Michel was just 6 years old, his mother Francesca passed away. Children are shaped by loss. Sometimes it pushes them towards something bigger, and other times it makes them retreat inward. It appeared to do both for Michel. He grew quieter and more perceptive, spending hours observing stonemasons fix structures because he was captivated by their ability to bend hard marble. In an attempt to guide him toward a respectable career in banking or government, his father enrolled him in grammar school. Michel, however, had different plans. He would doodle in the margins of his books instead of focusing on Latin conjugations, creating intricate drawings of hands, faces, and the way light fell across a windowsill. Michel couldn't help himself, but his teachers weren't amused. For him, creating art was more than just a hobby. It was a way of life. At the age of 13, Michel joined Domenico Ghirlandaio, one of Florence's most prosperous painters, as an apprentice, defying his father's wishes and likely amid some heated family disputes. You can appreciate Lodovico's horror if you can picture your adolescent today declaring they're dropping out to pursue a career as a street artist. However, as is often the case with future geniuses, Michel was obstinate. The Ghirlandaio workshop resembled an art factory from the Renaissance. Apprentices prepared canvases, ground pigments, and picked up skills by imitating the master's methods. For Michel, painting was a bit confining, but most boys were excited to eventually paint a small portion of a larger piece. Because of the three-dimensional challenge of bringing life from inanimate stone, he continued to gravitate towards sculpture. His story takes an intriguing turn at this point. In his gardens, Lorenzo de' Medici, also known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, had established a sort of art academy. Young artists could study classical sculpture and receive instruction from the best at this experimental school. Michel was invited to join after Lorenzo's scouts saw his work. The boy who had been gathering pebbles was now touching marble that had been carved before the birth of Christ and strolling through gardens brimming with statues from ancient Rome. It was like winning the Renaissance lottery to live in the Medici household. Ideas crackled in the air like logs on a fire, poets recited new verses, and philosophers debated at the tables where you ate. Even though Michel was only 15 and still developing his lanky frame, he was taking in everything: the art, the conversations, and the realization that people could make beautiful things that would last. He once carved a sleeping Cupid that was so realistic and expertly done that someone proposed artificially aging it and marketing it as an antique Roman item. The strategy was successful, until the buyer realized the fraud. The collector, however, was impressed rather than incensed. Who was this young person capable of deceiving professionals? At that moment, Michel became aware of a significant aspect of himself. He was not merely talented, but exceptionally so. This type of talent only occurs perhaps once every generation. Like learning you can fly but not being sure you want to take off, it was both exhilarating and terrifying. As you go to sleep tonight, visualize that young man standing among marble statues in those Medici gardens. His hands already smeared with stone dust, his mind racing with ideas he had not yet been able to grasp. When Michel was 21 years old and packing his few possessions for Rome in 1496, he felt as though the world was waiting for him. His school had been Florence, but Rome was the birthplace of legends and the making of reputations. Imagine him travelling toward the city that had ruled the world on that dusty road, most likely on a borrowed horse, with his sketchbook securely tucked away in his saddlebag. In the late 1400s, Rome resembled a huge archaeological site where people continued to live and work. There were pieces of the ancient empire everywhere you looked. Walls constructed from stones that had seen Caesar's victories, marble statues without arms but still exuding strength, and broken columns supporting tavern roofs. It was like entering paradise for an artist who was enamoured with classical beauty. A French cardinal who wanted something unique for his tomb gave Michel his first significant commission. The young sculptor proposed a Pietà, Mary holding the dead Christ, and spent months sketching, studying anatomy, and preparing for what would become his masterpiece. The problem with marble, however, is that it is not forgiving of errors. A bad cut cannot be repaired or erased. Each chisel stroke is a tiny act of faith. He spent whole days in the workshop working on the Pietà like a man possessed, coming out with marble dust under his fingernails and in his hair. The tenderness of the sculpture he made was revolutionary. Michel carved Mary and Christ as though they were actual people, caught in a moment of great sorrow and grace, in contrast to the conventional medieval style that made figures appear rigid and symbolic. However, something annoying occurred when the piece was revealed. After admiring it, visitors would inquire, "Who carved this?" and shake their heads incredulously when informed that it was a young man from Florence. One night, Michel did something he would never do again in his career. He sneaked back and carved his name directly on Mary's sash, saying, "Michelangelo Buonarroti, Florentine, made this." Like a Renaissance graffiti artist claiming credit, it's funny to imagine this future universe master sneaking around St. Peter's Basilica in the dark with his chisel. However, it was successful. Everyone in Rome was suddenly aware of Michelangelo's identity after the Pietà established his reputation. He also produced his well-known sculpture of the Roman wine god, Bacchus, around this period. Now, the majority of artists depicted Bacchus as a godlike and dignified figure, but Michel had a different vision. His Bacchus has the soft body of someone who has had too much good living, and he appears to be a little inebriated, swaying a little. It was witty and clever, demonstrating that Michel was aware of human nature, even when he was portraying gods. The achievement presented new difficulties. Rich customers started vying for his attention by paying progressively higher prices for his sculptures. Michel, however, was picky about his commissions. He desired projects that would challenge his abilities and allow him to test the limits of what marble could accomplish, not just financial gain. Representatives from Florence showed up one day with an interesting proposal. A huge block of marble that had been there for decades was in the city. After a few attempts, earlier sculptors had abandoned it, claiming it was defective and useless. The Florentines pondered whether Michel would want to look. The block would have to be moved back to Florence because it was so big, 17 feet high. Like a physician examining a patient, Michel studied the marble. He walked around it, felt its surface with his hands, and examined the cuts and grain. He saw potential where other sculptors saw problems. He could already picture the figure imprisoned inside, awaiting release, in his imagination. This commission would become David. It wasn't just any commission. Months passed during the negotiations. Michel desired a suitable workspace, sufficient compensation, and total creative control. The city officials agreed to everything, possibly believing that someone would solve their marble problem. They were unaware that they were commissioning the world's most well-known sculpture. Michel took a final stroll through the historic streets of Rome as he got ready to head back to Florence. He was departing as a master, having arrived as a budding young artist. He had learned from the Eternal City that beauty could endure centuries of conflict and turmoil, that art could transcend empires, and that a talented hand could transform stone into a language that would endure forever. As you drift off to sleep tonight, picture Michel, already seeing David's face in his dreams, loading that massive block of marble onto a cart. Those times when everything in your life falls into place, when all of your knowledge and abilities come together to work on the ideal project at the ideal moment, have a certain allure. That moment for Michel, who is now 26 and back in Florence, was when he first saw the enormous block of marble that would eventually become David. The marble had a fascinating backstory. Decades before, it had been taken from Carrara and used to make a sculpture of David for Florence Cathedral. 2 previous sculptors had attempted it. Agostino di Duccio had started carving but abandoned it, and Antonio Rossellino had been commissioned to continue but also gave up. By 1501, the block, which the locals called the Giant, had devolved into a public disgrace, akin to a costly piece of exercise equipment collecting dust in a corner. In order to safeguard his work and his privacy, Michel constructed a wooden shelter around the marble in the cathedral courtyard, where he set up his workshop. This was his world for the next 3 years. He would get there before the sun came up and work until it went out, frequently skipping meals. City officials defended their investment despite complaints from the neighbours about the continuous tapping of a chisel on stone. They had a sneaking suspicion that something extraordinary was taking place behind those wooden walls. Reimagining a well-known tale was more important to David's creation than technical proficiency. Earlier artists had depicted David standing over Goliath's severed head following his victory. Michel, however, saw things differently. His David is shown just before the fight, his muscles tensed, his gaze fixed on the approaching giant, a young man mustering the will to fight an impossible battle. David represented everyone who had ever had to overcome insurmountable odds, which in plague-stricken, war-torn Renaissance Italy meant almost everyone. The physical difficulties were tremendous. The marble weighed more than 6 tons and stood 17 feet tall. Michel had to climb ladders and scaffolding, constantly changing his perspective in order to check his proportions. He devised a method for creating tiny wax models and then enlarging them, applying mathematical ratios to translate his concepts onto the enormous stone. There were disadvantages to working alone. On some days, when a certain muscle wouldn't look right, or the marble showed an unexpected flaw, doubt would creep in like morning fog. At times, Michel would dedicate whole days to carving and recarving a single finger until it reached the level of perfection he had imagined. His hands were permanently discoloured, his back hurt from looking up all the time, and he became known for being antisocial, though this was partially due to the fact that he simply had no time for socialising. It was a slow breakthrough. Months went by, and David's shape appeared on the stone like a sunrise cresting hills. The fundamental form came first, followed by the definition of the muscles and features, and lastly the amazing detail that gave the appearance of living flesh to marble. Michel focused particularly on David's eyes, which still appear to track movement, and his hands, which were large to highlight his humanity and resolve. By 1504, word had gotten out that something extraordinary was taking place in that workshop in Florence. The response was swift and overwhelming when David was finally unveiled by officials. Crowds of citizens gathered merely to gaze. To learn the technique, artists travelled from all over Italy. Even people who knew nothing about art could sense they were seeing something that would outlive them all. But then came a delightful problem. Where to put a 17-foot naked man? David was supposed to be positioned high on the cathedral, but the sculpture was too magnificent to be concealed on a rooftop. The placement was discussed by a commission of citizens and artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, who had his own views. As a representation of the power of the Republic, some wanted David to stand in front of the Palazzo Vecchio. Others favoured a more secure area. The topic of politics came up. Like David and Goliath, Florence was a republic encircled by hostile territories. The sculpture came to represent democratic principles opposing oppression. When David was eventually erected in front of the Palazzo Vecchio, it was both an artistic and a political statement. The installation was a feat of engineering. Using an intricate system of ropes and wooden rollers, 40 men moved David the half-mile from the workshop to the piazza over the course of 4 days. The procession turned into an unplanned celebration of civic pride as people gathered in the streets to watch. Michel, who is now 29, had given Florence an icon in addition to a sculpture. In addition to his artistic accomplishments, David embodied the Renaissance belief that anyone could achieve anything with talent, bravery, and willpower. As you fall asleep, imagine the moment when the scaffolding was finally taken down and David was standing there in all his splendour, prepared to take on any giants the world might send. Something happens that completely upends everything you believe to be true about yourself, just when you think life has settled into a comfortable pattern. Pope Julius II, who combined the artistic aspirations of Lorenzo de' Medici, the temperament of a Renaissance warlord, and the spiritual authority of the papacy, was the source of that disruption for Michel. In order to design and sculpt a massive tomb that would rival the monuments of the ancient emperors, Julius had called Michel to Rome. With dozens of figures adorning the 3-story marble masterpiece, Michel spent months making models and drawings. His sculpture legacy would be the work of a lifetime. Then Julius had second thoughts. Imagine Michel's annoyance. Your guests decide they would rather have pizza after you've prepared the perfect dinner party, purchased all the necessary supplies, and begun cooking. The Pope was the guest in this instance, though, and you couldn't exactly dispute papal authority. Julius came up with a novel idea. He wanted Michel to paint the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. Michel objected, "But I'm a sculptor." And he was correct. He had little experience painting, and he'd never tried anything as large as Julius had in mind. 68 feet above the ground, the Sistine Chapel's ceiling covered more than 5,000 square feet of curved surface. Lying on your back would be like painting the interior of a cathedral. Michel's worries didn't interest Julius. Discussions were short and obedience was expected when the Pope made a request. According to some historians, Bramante, the Pope's architect, suggested Michel for the project despite the fact that it was all but impossible, possibly in the hopes that the sculptor would falter and withdraw from the race for Julius's favour. If that's the case, they misjudged Michel's stubbornness. In 1508, Michel was 33 years old and looking up at a ceiling that seemed to go on forever, trying to figure out how to turn plain plaster into the most amazing painted surface in Christian art. He would have to come up with ways to paint above without getting blinded by paint dripping in his eyes, design scaffolding that wouldn't collapse, and somehow come up with a cohesive composition that made sense from 68 feet below. The topic was just as intimidating. Julius wanted prophets, sibyls, and hundreds of other characters to surround scenes from Genesis, such as the creation of the world, Adam and Eve, and Noah's flood. It was more than just a painting. It was a comprehensive theological program that had to function as both separate scenes and a cohesive whole. Reasoning that he would begin the story chronologically, Michel started with the flood scene. However, it was extremely challenging to work overhead while lying on scaffolding. His neck ached from the awkward position, paint dripped continuously, and the figures he thought were flawless up close looked warped down from floor level. He struggled for weeks before scraping everything off and starting over. This time, working backward through Genesis, he started with God distinguishing between light and darkness. He created clever methods, such as thickening his paint mixtures to minimise dripping, making cartoon templates to project designs onto the ceiling, and modifying proportions to take the viewing angle into consideration. Most significantly, he discovered that the ceiling was an architectural space that could give the impression of depth and movement rather than a flat surface. The work took up all of his time. During his 4 years as a painter, he frequently worked by himself in the chapel after dark, using only candles for illumination. Every brushstroke of those magnificent figures was created by his hand, but his assistants prepared the paints and cartoons. His own lamentable poem about becoming a hunchback from looking up all the time describes the chronic neck and back pain he developed that would follow him for the rest of his life. Psychological pressure matched the physical toll. Julius would show up out of the blue, scaling the scaffolding to check on progress and give unsolicited advice. The Pope was impatient, constantly asking when the work would be finished. Michel almost got hit with Julius's walking stick for his well-known reply, "When it's finished." But over time, magic occurred. Figures of amazing beauty and strength started to emerge from the ceiling. His god wasn't the distant, symbolic deity of medieval art, but a dynamic creator sweeping through space with cosmic energy. The most well-known gesture in art history is Adam's awakening touch. The flat ceiling became a vision of heaven as the prophets and sibyls appeared to occupy actual architectural spaces. The way all of these components came together was the most amazing accomplishment. Visitors could follow the creation story while being awed by the individual figures' exquisite beauty as they read the ceiling from the chapel floor, which resembled a huge illuminated manuscript. Tonight, as you close your eyes, picture Michel standing atop that scaffolding, exhausted and covered in paint, producing pictures that will awe future generations. Every great endeavour has a turning point when you take stock and discover that you've produced something that even you were surprised by. When the scaffolding was eventually taken down in October 1512, Michelangelo was able to see the finished Sistine Chapel ceiling for the first time from the ground floor, just like any other visitor who might happen to wander in from the Roman streets. The unveiling was a combination of religious ceremony, political theatre, and art exhibition, as one might anticipate from a papal event in Renaissance Rome. In their finest robes, cardinals and diplomats assembled, artists travelled from all over Italy to observe what everyone knew would be unprecedented, and inquisitive Romans flocked outside to catch a glimpse of what their city's master had achieved. There was an instantaneous and profound silence as those heavy wooden doors opened and the crowd filed in. When something is so exquisite that it leaves people speechless, do you know what I mean? That's precisely what took place. Standing with their necks craned back and their mouths open, grown men who had lived their entire lives surrounded by art attempted to take in what they were witnessing. The ceiling had been turned into a window to heaven, not just painted. Michel had created an architectural illusion so convincing that visitors felt they were looking up through actual stone frameworks at real figures inhabiting celestial space. Each scene, God sweeping the cosmos, Adam waking up, Eve emerging from Adam's side, was flawless on its own, but they all came together like the movements of a symphony. Of course, Pope Julius was victorious. He had commissioned the piece for political as well as artistic reasons, demonstrating to the world that Papal Rome was capable of creating wonders on par with those of classical antiquity. However, Julius appeared astonished by the accomplishments of his erratic sculptor. Undoubtedly, the ceiling was propaganda, but it was propaganda of such sublime beauty that it took on a much higher significance. As usual, Michel was already planning his next endeavour. He was still essentially a sculptor, even though the 4 years of painting had been an unusual diversion. He desired to go back to the marble statues that had been patiently waiting in Julius's workshop to his tomb. But like popes, Julius had other ideas. The relationship between Michel and Julius was fascinating to observe. Both of them had strong wills, were ardent art lovers, and were completely confident in their own abilities. Their arguments were legendary. At one point, Michel actually left Rome and had to be brought back by papal apologies. However, they were able to understand one another in the way that challenging people occasionally do. Despite his complaints, Michel flourished under the pressure of impossible commissions, and Julius saw genius where he saw it. Michel likely believed that he would finally be able to work on his own projects after Julius's death in 1513. Michel had been raised in the Medici family, so it should have been good news that he was now dealing with the new Pope Leo X, who was a Medici. But Leo had his own artistic vision and his own favourite artists, including Raphael, who was painting the papal apartments while Michel was working overhead in the Sistine Chapel. The rivalry with Raphael gives Michel's story a humorous side plot. Charming, tactful, at ease around customers, and capable of running sizable workshops, Raphael was everything Michel wasn't. Raphael was hosting elegant dinner parties and graciously accepting commission after commission, while Michel was up on scaffolding covered in paint, complaining about papal meddling. Nonetheless, the two artists valued one another's creations. Although he would never publicly acknowledge it, Michel valued Raphael's compositional abilities and technical innovations, and Raphael used elements he had learned from studying Michel's ceiling in his own paintings. It was the kind of high-level professional rivalry that motivates both sides to achieve more. Leo X wanted Michelangelo to be involved in the facade design of St. Peter's Basilica, because he had big plans for it. One of the most frustrating periods in Michel's career resulted from this. Years of building architectural models and drawings, visiting marble quarries, and setting up workshops, only to have the project shelved when papal funds ran out. Michel had made promises, signed contracts, and hired staff, and all of that vanished overnight due to politics at the Vatican. Michel learned a valuable lesson about the risky nature of artistic patronage from these papal letdowns. Money vanished, priorities shifted, and popes passed away. He needed to choose projects more carefully and guard against the whims of influential patrons if he hoped to produce work that would last. But his reputation was set in stone by the Sistine ceiling. People travelled from all over Europe to witness it. It was the subject of intense study by other artists who sought to comprehend his methods. Poets started writing about it. Michel had accomplished something that goes beyond typical artistic achievement. He had produced art that people would travel great distances to view. As sleep draws near tonight, imagine those first viewers in the Sistine Chapel, their faces lit by candlelight, looking up in awe at pictures that seem to make Genesis come to life. Mastery in one area frequently leads to unexpected opportunities in other areas, a lesson that life has a way of imparting to us. Michel experienced this lesson dramatically in his later years. New challenges that would push him well beyond his comfort zone and uncover talents he was unaware he possessed came as he approached his 50s, old age by Renaissance standards. When Pope Clement VII asked him to design a library, it was the first surprise. The Laurentian Library in Florence, a groundbreaking facility that would house the Medici family's priceless manuscript collection, was not just any library. Similar to his approach to sculpture, Michel viewed architecture as an expression of the fundamental character of a building rather than as ornamentation. His design was audacious. With its rows of wooden reading desks and well-proportioned windows that let in soft light, the reading room resembled the serene hull of a ship. However, his true genius was displayed in the vestibule at the entrance. With steps that curved and divided in ways that gave the impression that stone was liquid, he constructed a staircase that appeared to flow like frozen lava. Even now, visitors still stop on those stairs, feeling as though they are viewing architecture as sculpture. It was both happy and sad to work in Florence once more. The city of his youth had changed. Political upheavals had scattered old friends, and the optimistic humanism of his early years had been tempered by war, plague, and religious reformation. Michel's interest in poetry grew, and he began penning verses that showed a more reflective side of himself. His poems weren't masterpieces, but they were deeply personal, exploring themes of aging, faith, and the meaning of artistic creation. Vittoria Colonna, a remarkable woman who was a poet, religious reformer, and intellectual force in her own right, became one of his most significant friends during this time. Their deep, spiritual bond, founded on a mutual interest in poetry, art, and religious issues, was unique for its time. Few people ever faced the intellectual challenges that Michel faced from Vittoria, and their correspondence shows a gentle, thoughtful side of the great artist. When Vittoria died in 1547, Michel was devastated. At 72, when most men of his age had long since passed away, he was grieving the loss of a person who had recognised his art and his inner turmoil. He was questioning everything at the time of her death, including his faith, his artistic legacy, and the significance of his worldly success, which had brought him fame but not necessarily peace. Pope Paul III asked him to paint a scene of the Last Judgment on the Sistine Chapel's altar wall during this depressing time. Michel was hesitant because the chapel already held his best painting. He was a sculptor first and foremost. and the subject matter required him to confront uncomfortable, personal themes of death and divine justice. However, his most emotionally impactful painting turned out to be The Last Judgment. The hopeful humanism of the ceiling had vanished, to be replaced by a more sombre picture of humanity being held ultimately responsible. His Christ figure is a strong judge whose gesture separates the saved from the damned, not the kind redeemer of traditional art. With figures rising toward salvation, or falling toward damnation, in a cosmic drama that filled the entire wall, the composition whirls with movement and emotion. The painting immediately sparked controversy. His figures, according to some critics, were too intense, too muscular, and too nude for a place of worship. Michel's strong humanistic vision was becoming outdated as the Counter-Reformation got underway, and new restrictions were placed on religious art. He became known as the underwear painter, because later artists would actually paint draperies over some of his figures. The criticism didn't matter to Michel. He painted not for the acclaim of the day, but for God and future generations. His mature view of human nature was embodied in The Last Judgment. He was profoundly aware of both human potential and human frailty, without being cynically pessimistic or naively optimistic. Having been named chief architect in 1547, he was also supervising the building of the new saint, Peter's Basilica, creating a structure that would represent Christianity while resolving massive engineering and design issues was possibly his biggest architectural challenge. His solution, a huge dome that would dominate the Roman skyline and serve as an inspiration for cathedral builders for centuries, was characteristically audacious. His last years were spent working on St. Peter's. He approached the project with the commitment of someone who knew it would be his last masterpiece and refused payment, believing it to be a service to God. By fusing traditional proportions with cutting-edge engineering, the dome's design produced a building that was both technically outstanding and spiritually uplifting. As you drift off to sleep, picture Michel in his 70s, still scaling scaffolding, pushing the envelope, and finding new ways to use paint and stone to further his endless creative vision. Seeing a great artist face their own mortality while continuing to create with unwavering passion is incredibly moving. This is precisely the story that Michel's last decades tell. A man in his 70s and 80s who never slowed down, who continued to push boundaries despite his body reminding him every day that he was, after all, human. Michel was 75 years old by 1550, which is nearly unthinkable for a person born in the 15th century. His peers were mostly long dead. Raphael had passed away in 1520, and Leonardo in 1519. In addition to his artistic competitors, Michel had outlived entire generations of admirers, critics, and patrons. Nevertheless, he kept up his work on St. Peter's Basilica with the vigour of a man half his age. His last obsession, and what an obsession it was the dome of St. Peter's. Not only was he designing a roof, but he was also building what would become Rome's most iconic silhouette, a building so precisely proportioned that it appears to hover over the Vatican like a visible prayer. How to support that much weight at that height, while designing an interior space that inspires rather than intimidates, was a huge engineering challenge. As usual, Michel came up with a creative solution. He created a double-shell dome, with an outer dome that would form the external profile, and an inner dome that guests would see from inside the basilica. This enabled him to maximise the architectural impact on the outside, as well as the spiritual experience within. Despite the dome's 452-foot elevation, it feels cosy and protective from within rather than intimidating. Delegating more than Michel had ever felt comfortable with was necessary to work on such a large project in his last years. He had to entrust assistants with details that he would have insisted on carving himself earlier in his career. For someone who had always felt that only his own hand could accomplish the perfection he desired, this was both challenging and freeing. While others took care of the execution, he could concentrate on the big picture. During these years, his poetry increased in frequency and intimacy. For him, writing verses was similar to sketching. It allowed him to process thoughts and feelings without the physical strain of painting or carving. His poems show a man struggling with issues that success was unable to resolve, such as what happens to people when they die. Given eternity, what purpose do accomplishments on earth serve? How does an artist get ready to abandon incomplete pieces? One of his most poignant final poems questions his art directly, asking whether all of his painted scenes and marble figures were merely a diversion from deeper spiritual issues, or if they were actually prayers. This was no pretense. Michel truly questioned whether his life's work had made him more or less like God. Ironically, some were acknowledging his work as possibly the greatest artistic accomplishment in human history, while Michel was doubting its spiritual worth. People travelled from all over Europe to view his artwork. His methods were assiduously studied by young artists. While he was still alive, authors started writing biographies, treating him as a living legend. This attention was both rewarding and taxing for Michel. Always a recluse who felt more at ease with marble than with people, he was suddenly expected to play the part of a Renaissance master for a never-ending parade of admirers. He became known for being rough with guests, but those who knew him well saw this as shyness rather than conceit. 3 weeks before his 89th birthday on February 18th, 1564, Michel passed away quietly at home in Rome. Even though he had been feeling ill for a few days, he had nearly finished the architectural drawings for St. Peter's. Witnesses claim that his final remarks discussed finishing the dome. Even as he was dying, he was contemplating unfinished business. He had completely changed Renaissance culture, as evidenced by the immediate reaction to his death. As a church prince, Pope Pius IV wanted him to be buried in St. Peter's. His body was ordered to be returned to his birthplace by the city of Florence. In Rome, artists started organising ornate funeral rituals. An era came to an end with Michel's passing. He was no longer just an artist, but a cultural force. His impact goes well beyond art history. You can see Michel's legacy every time you see a government building with a classical dome. He helped create the concepts that are echoed whenever someone discusses the divine spark of creativity. Artists are always imitating him when they refuse to sacrifice their vision for financial gain. As you fall asleep, visualize Michel's dome rising over Rome in the evening light, a monument to one man's conviction that people are capable of producing art that endures for centuries, monuments that bridge the gap between earthly craft and eternal aspiration, and beauty that surpasses empires. Dream sweet dreams. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognised that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Duca's improvisational skills showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale, was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how 2 or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticised, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he figured out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Warden Cliff on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Warden Cliff Tower Project. With financing from JP Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognise the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public scepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3327, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours, Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes, civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood, or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday. traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness, the kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit, casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see, watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows, and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges, delivery boys cycle into parked cars, a bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own, and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. Street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems. Small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. A return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms, not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps, checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near-total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the Phony War, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. A piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen, in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just 1 or 2 lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Mealtimes adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special. a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before, with fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms. People congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone, discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder: reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge: brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically, more assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions: blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratising element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. Enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common, little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision, reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide and seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the Blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent Night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focuses on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. Dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness, finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the home front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history, around ancient campfires, in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception, other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackouts enforce slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterised Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produced countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution, of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice, voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learn to slow down, to move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. These transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the great blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day. Resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt. Maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it, just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise, and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals, no wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating, together, as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet, to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate. It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy. No dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines, but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE, someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool, and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water. It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating, Chopsticks required patience, precision, and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, and the Mesopotamians with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry, and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal and by the end of dinner it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index, and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care than grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, wiped the rim clean, and passed the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells, and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view, while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rose water, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s, as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. Individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications. A fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious, even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements, printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table, it's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat. You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses: wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guest sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl, feel the smooth linen of the napkin, and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. Better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come. But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives, a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons, soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demitasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses, water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable, corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal, and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe. Recent books were acceptable. Garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap. Never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care, or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say itadakimasu, which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable, but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure, and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, all of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasizes hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, Atithi Devo Bhava, which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gursha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side, creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduce the lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier, and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rose water in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment, and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt, and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk, and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette, not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. Eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade, others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalised thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorised fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connects you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognising that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. Table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. If it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit, and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you, becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting.